Good morning and welcome back to the MODUS Super Series. This is Series 1, Week 7, Day 5. Let's have a quick recap on what happened in Group C yesterday afternoon.
Martin, you record 117.
Can't play, can he?
Don't know, we could dress him up and put a wig on.
This could be game over here on this 117. It is game over on the 117. A 15-dart holder throw.
I'm being honest, I was expecting a little bit more from Martin at Lakeside.
With darts like he's showing us here, he's certainly showing us that he has the capabilities of giving us more. Dan Reid took the ball in the last game, and he takes it again in this leg.
Dan Reid.
Two incredible finishes.
Alan, you require 102.
Opportunity. A mini opportunity, but it's only one treble. And he's got it, so he should. He does get a dart at a double. He's the double 16. The double that he is pinging.
Alan Tabern.
Statistically,
we should require
for double 8 and to beat the league leader. Dan twos. And there we have it. Dan Reid is beaten. Reece Colley beats the league leader.
We certainly did have a cracking day of darts yesterday. Let's have more of the same today, lads. Well, the action got underway on Monday morning, bright and early, 9:30 a.m. with Group A. Let's see how that panned out as we take a look at the table. And it was Lisa Ashton who came out on top. She had to defeat Justin Smith in the penultimate game of the session Wednesday afternoon to guarantee her place in Saturday night's final. But Lisa will have been enjoying a couple of days rest while the rest of the field duke it out. Justin Smith and Graham Usher into Group B, which got underway last night. James Richardson, Alan Tabern and Dan Reid into Group C. So let's have a look at Group B at the halfway stage. And the table has panned out like this so far. Nick Kenny and Justin Smith both winning 3 out of 4 matches, both on 6 points. Graham Usher and David Pallett well in the mix. But Jared Cole had an absolute darting disaster. Played 4, lost 4, -11 and nil points. Not the start he would have wanted in that group, but do remember, Group B, it is the top 3 from 5 that will join Lisa Ashton. Well, Group C also got underway yesterday morning. Let's have a look at that table. And it is Reece Colley out on top by leg difference. Now, Reece Colley was the outsider of all this group of 6 to win Group C, and he is currently top. Dan Reid in second, and that was our final match of the session yesterday. Reece Colley came out on top 4 legs to 2. Martin Thomas still in it, as is Carl Wilkinson and Alan Tabern. And for the second time this week, James Richardson failed to pick up a win. And in over 50 days of darts here at the Super Series, James Richardson has never failed to pick up at least 1 win. And on Tuesday, he went pointless, and he did exactly the same yesterday, despite at times throwing some inspired darts. So, if you are joining us for the first time, let's have a look at the previous winners in the past 6 weeks. And Robert Owen winning week 1, Charles Barstow week 2, Graham Hall week 3, Darryl Pilgrim week 4, Lee Evans week 5, and last Saturday when we launched it was Kieran Tian. So week 7 this week we will get 12 winners, and that pool of 12 will play in Champions of Champions week, where they will be duking it out for a share of £41,000. The winner taking away £20,000. That's week 13, so 12 weeks of qualification and we will go into Champions of Champions. The weekly winner this week will be taking away a very nice £5,000. So our final match on Saturday night will be for £2,500. The runner-up taking away £2,500. So our first match is almost ready to go. It is Reece Colley against Dan Reid. So it is a top of the table clash to get the action underway. Our referee is Owen Binks. In commentary is Matthew Edgar. First of all, here is Harry Deacon.
Chris, thank you very much indeed. Good morning, everyone. Welcome along to the action here at the MODUS Super Series. Matthew Edgar joining myself, Henry Deacon, here in the commentary position for all the action as we conclude Group C. And what a fitting way to start the action with the players at the top of the table following the first day's play as Reece Colley takes on the man on your screen now, Dan Reid.
Two young players as well kicking us off today. Dan Reid, just 27 years of age. Reece Colley, 23. We combine them together. Alan Tabern's still got 5 years on the pair of them. Alan Tabern we'll see in Game 3 against Martin Thomas a bit later on. But this is a good opportunity here to establish themselves at the top of the table. We've just seen both players on 8 points. Reece Colley, top at the moment due to that leg difference, +3 over Dan Reid. 8 in total, 5 for Dan Reid. When the two clashed yesterday, it was Reece Colley that came out on top. He took the 4-2 victory, putting in his best performance of the day as well with a 93.98 average.
And so welcome to Decision Day, everyone. Groups C and B will be culminated today. We will know the full field for tomorrow night's final here at the Super Series, which will bring to you live on Sporty Stuff TV tomorrow night from 10. As Chris Mason said, the winner will get £5,000 and a place at Champions Week, which is worth £41,000. Such a reward for players in the amateur game. Both players know that they're at the top end of the table. They can send out an early signal of intent, not just to each other, but to the rest of the field, because there's only 2 from 6 which progress. 43. And these are the 2 that top the table. These are the players to beat at this present moment in time, both on 8 points. Martin Thomas on 6.
99.
He'll be the next contender. Carl Wilkinson and Alan Tabern will also be interested parties. James Richardson, pointless after the first day. For him, it'll be about to get as many points on the board on day 2 as possible.
140.
Dan Reid, after 9 darts against the throw, leaves 140 for the opening leg. That's a nice marker for another to move in alongside it. Not quite on this occasion, but leaves tops after 12 if this 1-6 from Reece Colley doesn't go.
When he gets that first dart in, we normally fancy the other one to follow it in as well.
Daniel
I was expecting to see the treble there, probably a bit early in the day. We're putting expectations on him.
Game shot Dan Reid
hits that dart, first dart in hand at tops, and I was looking over the stats this morning actually, and Dan Reid on that tops and 10s, very strong indeed.
Second against Dan to throw first.
10's obviously the breakdown when you miss the top, so if you're going to have a favourite double, you've got to be good on the back at ones. Dan Reid, much improved performance yesterday.
41.
Running just shy of a 91 average for the entire day. So despite the fact he didn't finish top of the table by that leg difference,
50.
Was actually the standout performer.
You're not going to lose very much with that average. If he keeps it up today, you most certainly think he's going to progress through to tomorrow night's final. And you mentioned there
26.
his love of double 10. Because he likes to double 10 so much, tops is almost a free go, isn't it? If it goes in, it's almost a bonus dart.
140.
But if not, he's got that luxury of going down to his favourite double. He'll try and leave it where he possibly can. We've seen a lot on the 25 combination going 5 double 10 as opposed to the 9 double 8.
61.
Can we say he's got a touch of the James Wades in him?
Reading.
81.
You've got to read the situation sometimes, haven't you?
We are not even at 9:45 and we're beginning with the puns.
55.
I did announce yesterday during Rhys's game my idea for a rebranding on Rhys,
100.
the flower. Bill Bars didn't seem too keen. Same as you didn't seem too keen when we mentioned it on Wednesday evening.
Absolutely not.
140. Reach for 130.
He'll be keen to get this 130. Doesn't have to go for the bullseye now with Reed not on a finish.
58.
Been a substandard leg for Dan the Man with the darts here, having broken in the first. Reece Colley wouldn't have expected against the darts, having an opportunity at 72 after 15.
72.
But this is to level the account. One more. There's one dart at tops,
52.
which goes just
And you
below.
require 120.
And so Dan Reed wants Shanghai to open up a 2-0 lead. Put him halfway to the victory post in the opening game of the day. Just wondering whether that,
60.
how big a hindrance
Which
that first
required
dart was,
20.
because the way it landed, the flight would have completely obscured the
Game
double
shot the
bed.
second
No
leg.
obscurity about
Reece
that.
Colley.
And Reece Colley breaks back at the first possible opportunity. Level us up at one apiece. And it is Chaos who
Philip
has the
Reece to
darts
throw first.
in the
Game on.
third.
You just look at that situation there where you've left the 120 and we've seen Jose
100.
D'Souza do that famously in the Premier League. And James Richardson, who's coming up next against Carl Wilkinson, also likes to pull out that treble double top shot from time to time. So wouldn't be surprised to see him
57.
attempt that today. Currently sat bottom of the table, but as a player, you just look at that situation. What goes through someone's mind to
140.
go, this is a good idea to go for 3 doubles in this situation?
Some would argue that the target space is bigger, but
59.
still, it's not the play or the standard play.
Gotta take a look at the risk and reward,
37.
haven't you? And there's just a little bit more safety. You can guarantee yourself some points. We saw James Richardson go for the 2 double tops a lot this week and just overpitch and come off the board. And then forces him with those
45.
last 2 to register perfect darts.
Because the issue is, I suppose, is you're thinking, well, if you're going to miss low, so at least you're getting something on the board. And
82.
because of that, your chance of actually getting the target you're looking for reduces even more so because you're trying to play safe and drag low, which by and large means you're not going to hit the target area.
81. Ratio for 142.
Reece Colley with the luxury of time here in this one at the moment. 100 points plus these.
56.
And Reed's got to be careful here. Got to think about this one. That's not going to help him no matter how
29.
much he thinks about that.
Ratio for
Not much he
86.
can do from there. 86 for Reece Colley. Guarantees himself 6 darts. Let's be a holder throw.
68 left.
Move him halfway to victory. A race to 4. Something we're seeing a bit this week.
62.
The missing of the big numbers.
Touch of the Rod Harringtons. Don't miss the big number.
100. Ratio for 124.
Colley, it's a case of don't miss the doubles.
Game shot
And
the
that he
third
doesn't.
leg.
And he is halfway
Reece Colley.
towards the victory post here in the opening game of the day. The man who led the table overnight in Group C gets his campaign
Well, it's Dan
for
to
the
throw
day
first.
halfway towards the perfect start. Dan Reed here, who is averaging 75, will need to up it if he's going to pick up the points in our opening game.
100.
5th day of action in a row for Dan Reed. He's already completed 20 games of darts. This is his 21st match
96.
of the week. He certainly started yesterday a lot stronger than this. He did kick off with a 4-3 victory over James Richardson, averaging 94.5. So we know the early start's not
180.
a big problem for him. He hit 8 140s in that game. It was the real standout, that power scoring.
54.
He's looking to get his scoring boots on there with that maximum.
And it is a battle of endurance for those who started on Monday morning now. The 5th consecutive morning in a row. And we said yesterday it would be a
46.
distinct advantage for the player who came into the group and played in Group A. In some ways, the advantage can go to the fresher player who came in yesterday.
82.
Absolutely. I would be more happy being Reece Colley at the moment after just one early morning and one day of darts.
55.
Say Dan Reid on his 21st match already this week. He's a 120. He likes that tops.
82.
Did it once already today.
Daniel Ricker, 120.
Expect to see him leaving that a lot throughout the day. Should leave it here. And you go 2 from 2.
Game
Of
shot
course
the
he can
fourth
go
leg.
2 from 2.
Dan
Dan Reid
Reid.
takes out the 120, keeping that 100% record on the tops today, and keeps this game going along.
Fifth leg, it's Reece to
holds
throw
of
first.
throw.
Game on.
Which Reece Colley won't mind too much because he's going to have the throw if we go to a deciding leg. However,
35.
that first visit has presented an opportunity for Dan Reid against the darts. But that first dart is not nice for him. He's going to have to run for cover somewhere, surely.
100.
That's a good last dart because he wouldn't have seen much of his intended target there.
44.
Touched yesterday on the difference between 2021 Reece Colley that was very successful against this year's version in 2022. We
41.
mentioned that front 9 average is down by 10 points. So that scoring power is letting him down sometimes.
82.
Finds his first treble of the leg after 9 darts, but there's an opportunity here for Dan Reid to get that break of throw, put himself back to the top of the table and take legs
58.
off of his closest rival at the moment.
And legs difference does come into play
140.
more often than not in Group C. Maybe not always for top spot, but for those who sneak through in second place, that can be a pivotal factor.
92.
Speaking of pivotal factors, it also piques my interest when we look at the finals tomorrow. Having live feedback,
85.
how's that going to affect certain players? Some of these players might have very, very limited experience in front of a crowd. When we look at Dan Reid, for example, where his peak times come from.
60. We should require
Peak times sort of come through
115.
this sort of COVID era where we've had empty arenas. And I wonder what that live feedback's going to be like for some of these players.
51. Daniel require 150.
150. We've seen it done already this week by Lisa Ashton. Dan Reid looking to become the second player to do so. But once again, he's dragged into the 5. Been too regular an occurrence for his
We should
liking.
require
But
64.
Reece Colley returns to 64 to hold and to put himself one away from the opening rubber of the session. Another one of them for the requisite double.
32.
Dan
Daniel
Reid will
requires
return
70.
for a break of throw. And if he obtains it, he will throw for the match. And he's missed the big number.
30.
He's missed the big number.
Reece
He
require
only needed the single
32.
20 for tops. I was going to say he should guarantee one dart at double. He doesn't. So it presents Reece Colley with another opportunity.
No score.
But he passes it up.
Dan's last score was 30.
And so Dan Reid will return. Pivotal moment in the game here, Matt, I think.
Absolutely. 3 darts in hand at a target he
Daniel
has yet
require
to miss
40.
today. 2 out of 2 on this tops. A lovely marker that for Dan Reid.
Game's on the
You just
5th
knew
leg.
that was going to go
Dan
underneath. An
Reid.
excellent first start. Use that lovely as a guide. Comes underneath. Gets the break of throw that he is needed in this game and will now throw
So it's
first.
Dan to throw
for the match.
first.
We go back to what we spoke about at the start of the week. These best of 7 matches can sometimes
100.
hinge on one particular moment. Dan Reid missed the big number. Gave Reece Colley a
135.
free go at 32. Missed all 3 darts. Dan Reid returns. Takes the top. And now it's him who's in pole position to claim victory.
Used to be an old expression, didn't they? When the cat's away, the mice will play. You just sort of get the feeling that the retirement of Rod Harrington has got people missing the big numbers.
Never heard that before.
140.
Am I showing my lack of age there, or?
Well, you're making me feel old, one of the two.
85. Daniel
You
Rick,
know, Padal, you can keep
161.
that one.
So for the match,
60. Reach require 140.
he's 101. Should he return? This is to stay in it for Reece Colley.
100. Daniel Rick,
Good last start.
101.
Vital moment. It might be 9:50 in the morning, but we've already had a day of action. And the table is taking shape. Dan Reid with his second ton-plus finish of the game. He took out that 120 earlier on. He adds 101 to that column. The finishing stats, though, the thing that separates the two there. Dan Reid, 4 out of 5. He reckons it is his weakness. Not in that game. 80% the checkout rate, 80.46 the average, but most importantly, that is 2 points, and 2 points against his closest rival for top position.
Good morning and welcome back to the MODUS Super Series. Well, one match down, 14 to go in Group B, Group C. Don't forget, Group B this evening is from 10 p.m. Let's have a look at the stats from that one. And maybe a missed opportunity for Reece Colley there. had darts to lead 3-2, but Dan Reed got the jump on him, finishing with an average of 80.46. The doubling was dynamite from Dan. 4 from 5, 80%, a couple of ton plus finishes, including a high of 120. So that does mean we have a new leader at the table, in the table. We'll have a look at that table a little later on. But up next, it is Carl Wilkinson against James Richardson. Remember, James Richardson, for the second time this week, went through the day yesterday without a single win. They go even money, Carl Wilkinson. James Richardson, 8-11. This was the penultimate game of the day yesterday, and Carl Wilkinson got the win 4 legs to 3. Where is your money on that one? If you do use social media, Instagram, Twitter and Facebook, at MSS Darts, all one word. Get involved, give us a follow and send us a message, or if you've got any questions for any of the team here at the Super Series. Right, without further ado, let's join Owen Binks on stage, our referee for the week. And of course, in commentary, Matthew Eggert. But first of all, Henry Deacon.
Chris, thank you very much indeed. James Richardson looking to banish the demons of yesterday up against Carl Wilkinson. A strange pattern is beginning to develop for Ruthless. Good day Monday, and then 0 from 5 Tuesday. Then 4 from 5 Wednesday, 0 from 5 Thursday. Now, if we're following logic, then he should have a good day today.
There's a couple of things with that, isn't there? First of all, he's shown us that he won't let one day affect the next. He's certainly got that bounce back ability. Won't let it bother him too much. We saw that when he came back after
121.
The other thing is that the bookies haven't lost faith either. Installing him as favourite, despite the fact he's coming against the darts. That's the respect he's earned over the years.
100.
He's got a really high ceiling. The most ton-plus averages this year of anyone in this field. The most 180s of the week.
125.
He's certainly got the pedigree.
And James Richardson's in this unique position. Of course, he wants to go for group qualification. Every single player does. But he can play a part in deciding which 2 players go through.
80.
He could be the disruptor today.
Could disrupt Carl Wilkinson. Carl Wilkinson currently sat on 4 points. So, with Dan Reed now hitting
24.
with 10, sorry, Reece Colley on 8. Martin Thomas is due to play Alan Tabern, which means there's a 6 and an 8 point battle available there.
55.
Carl Wilkinson doesn't want to get himself chasing. Going to need to start off with a victory. He did beat James Richardson yesterday, 4-3.
55.
85.5 on the average. 50% on his doubles in that one. Good doubling stats. We're hoping to keep that going here. But he is going to have the luxury of time. James Richardson back on 277 after 12.
So if it's going to be a comfortable first leg with throw for Carl Wilkinson.
101.
He's going to get 6 from 77. Up for tops, but it drags just underneath. But again, as I say, he's got the luxury of time. Richardson back on 176, looking to apply as much pressure on this double 10 as he possibly can.
100.
Tunley 76.
20.
Carl Wilkinson looking to end this first leg by nailing the double 10, which he duly obliges in doing so. Holds throw, a comfortable hold as well in the opening leg in 19 darts. James Richardson has the throw in leg 2. Still searching for that first win of Group C.
$80.
Carl Wilkinson, you may recognise the name, been on the PDC Pro Tour for a couple of seasons. Currently the Yorkshire captain, 3 UK Opens, but gave Q School a miss this year. So you won't see him on the Challenge Tour this year.
140.
Need to play at Q School to be able to play on the Challenge Tour. And I had a bit of a word with him this morning because we haven't seen much of him in 2022. And I was just sort of seeing what was going on in the world of Carl Wilkinson. And he said that he really didn't enjoy darts during the COVID time. There's that word again. That's the second time already today.
42.
But it was the restrictions and the staying in the hotels and the... I experienced that, and I can vouch for him that it was mentally
45.
tough. And it just took a toll on him that much that he says he just wanted to take a year to step back and see if the restrictions lifted and see what comes. And when we see him in this, we got to think he's building himself back up to try and get ready for Q School again.
Indeed, we were having a chat, weren't we, here in the commentary box before going on there, and we were discussing what that period must have been like for a player, because like all sports, you're just kept in a bubble, and you're basically, unless you're physically out there in the heat of battle, you're locked away in a hotel room. And I can imagine if your day doesn't go as planned, that's a lot of time in one room, which can be quite claustrophobic, where you're stewing on a result.
37. James, you've got 90.
It's a very tough period of time, and it felt a bit easier when you was winning, but if the results started going against you as well, it just...
Game shot.
That is a great dart for James Richardson. Takes out the 90 on the bullseye. I was just saying, when you're losing, it gets a bit tiresome, and when you're winning, it's a bit more enjoyable. And you'll be enjoying the day a little bit more already, taking out that 90. But I remember a bit of an insight to what that was like. The breakfast would get delivered to your door at the hotel. And with that, there'd be a little sheet, and you'd tick what you wanted for breakfast the next day.
100.
You was allowed to go play your darts, but you had 10 minutes to get back to the room, and it was the best we could do in that situation, but quite hard on the old noggin at times.
As it was for everyone, and hopefully we don't have to go back to any period like that anytime soon.
140.
How important is it for James to win his first game of the day on the back of losing all 5 yesterday? Because I can imagine if he loses this one, it can be a case of here we go again, and things can fester quite quickly.
One thing we said, bounce back ability. James Richardson's shown that for many years. And if you just look at him today, aggressive. He took out that 90.
100. James, you require 170.
Growling at the board with every treble he hits. There's a lot riding on this for James Richardson. Intrinsically.
60. Colley require 107.
Not quite in stomp territory yet, but I think we're working our way towards it. Down we go. Treble 17.
55. James, you require
152. Should he return? Richardson wanting 110 for a breaker throw. He should get one dart. He's going to get one dart at double top, and he pins the double top for the breaker throw for James Richardson. He leads 2-1, and you sense following yesterday, he wanted moments like that right from the get-go to get him into the groove on final day. The 110 will most certainly be a booster to his confidence. He leads 2-1, breaks the throw, and look at how he's starting in the fourth.
21.
He's growling, he's snarling. You say he's not stomping, he's starting to stomp. The pigeon head is going. The second he
85.
hit that, he just stared back at the hockey. The demeanour is completely different at the minute of James Richardson. And the scoreline is completely different to everything he experienced yesterday. He's ahead. He's ahead with the break of throw.
Was that the first co we've seen from James Richardson?
He's been pigeon-heading for about a leg now.
Our first co-stompe of the day from James Richardson.
58.
I mentioned yesterday, this is when we see the best of James. He gets aggressive at the dartboard. Literally zero eye contact here from James. Head is down.
And it was it was something we mentioned yesterday with Jared Cole, wasn't it? That he got aggressive all of a sudden towards the end of yesterday's session, and okay, he didn't get a victory in the end, but he got progressively better as soon as he brought this angry side out of him. And sometimes you just got to psych yourself up in some way, shape or form to raise that level of performance.
That is a good dart. Nice lie there for James.
105.
He uses
Colley
the bullseye
100.
route, so the 25 gives him a 2-darter. 65. Carl Wilkinson will be hoping to get 2 darts in the tops.
Game
And
shot
that is a fantastic finish from Carl Wilkinson. Takes out the 100. That is 20 tops. Replies to James Richardson's 110 finish to break his throw with a 100 finish on his own.
To throw first.
They are trading seismic blows. The 110 from Richardson, quickly followed up by the ton on tops. And have a look at this for a start to the 5th.
25.
Can't really separate these two. 88 average for Wilkinson, 84 for Richardson, 2 apiece. In terms of the checkouts,
60.
Richardson 2 from 2, Wilkinson 2 from 3. This is a proper solid game of darts.
45.
Well, Wilkinson has the advantage of throw in this leg, as he's trying to put him to the sword.
60.
I think what we need to do is we need to write these puns down and we need to release a joke book of some description. I don't think anyone would buy it, but maybe just to pass the time or something like that.
My mum would buy it. She loves all my books.
140.
My mother probably would, but she wouldn't know her way around Amazon, bless her.
Matthew Edgar joke books coming to a car boot sale near you.
54. $81.
I must say, I haven't been to a car boot in years.
Yeah, do like a car boot. Spend a bit of
177. James will require 160.
good lead from Carl Wilkinson. They used to have a 2-dart there. The 177. Just like to switch and chase around the board. We don't see a lot of 180s. We do see those big 177s, 174s. I want to see a big double top.
Game's on the 5th leg.
See a big double top. He took out 2 double tops in the last leg. He only needed 1 this time. But the most important thing is he's took a 3-2 lead and he's 1 leg away from the match.
James
Richardson needs the next 2 legs, or it is 6 defeats on the bounce here in Group C.
He has the throw in this one and starts accordingly. This is a huge moment for James Richardson, but it's also a huge moment for Carl Wilkinson. He can get victory here. He puts himself onto 6 points. Be 4 points behind Dan Reed, the group leader at this present moment in time. But I think for the players who started on 4 points, the objective wasn't really to top the group. I think realistically they knew that probably one of the players on 6 or 8 would probably do that, but it'd be getting 2nd spot and just getting yourself by hook or by crook into the finals tomorrow night.
Good counting here from Carl Wilkinson.
136.
He's the 167. Could have stayed on the 19s as well, so by doing that, getting that first treble, it gives him some options. James Richardson has no options, because that 180 is perfect. Gives him just the 1 option, the tops. That is if Carl Wilkinson does not take this 167. This is for the match. This is for a 12-dart leg.
129. James, you require 40.
So, Richardson wants tops. Good marker. Goes below, double 10, open bed to aim at.
And
we are going all the way in our 2nd game of the day. A crucial leg for both for differing reasons. For Carl Wilkinson to get himself onto 6 points. Give himself the best possible chance of progressing through Group B. Whilst for James Richardson, this would be an almighty confidence booster. But as he looks for confidence, Carl Wilkinson is trying to extinguish all of those hopes with an opening 140. He forces the issue of James Richardson. He makes a declaration of intent. So I think we've got a fly who hasn't paid for his ticket this morning.
I was just interested there, and when we look at the week that James Richardson's had, and kind of become a little bit intimidating, and they had a little handshake at 3-all, and Carl Wilkinson has really big hands. See if you can see them in shot here. Very unusually big hands. You just get dwarfed in a handshake from Carl Wilkinson.
And you can do so much psychologically in that moment, can't you? You're even just saying the words, good luck. Just makes you feel on edge and nervous. And when you're not winning matches, all sorts of things enter your mind.
26.
However, advantage James Richardson after that slip from Carl Wilkinson.
At this point in the last leg,
100.
Perfect darts, and he'll be quite happy with that. Been trying to tee up the tops throughout this game. He's 60% on his finishes, so he'll have a genuine chance here at this 120.
54.
Only needs the one treble.
James, you record 120.
Carl has made a bit of a mess of this with his last 6 darts.
Had control of the leg. He may not get a dart at double. Options here for James Richardson. Moving across the oche. What can he see?
60. Only require 123.
Could have gone down for treble 16. Elected to stay at the top of the board. And Carl Wilkinson is going to get a dart at the ball. Hits the 25.
James, you require
so he's
60.
had a match dart. James Richardson is going to get 2. At tops. Double 10.
Game
and James Richardson gets his first victory of Group C. He defeats Carl Wilkinson 4-3, and what could be a big blow to his chances of qualifying through this group into tomorrow night's final. Let's have a look then at the statistics. An 87 average for Richardson, the solitary maximum of the match, and 4 from 7 on his doubles, and that high out of 110. We're going to take a short break. On our return, Alan Tabern will head to the oche for the first time today against Martin Thomas.
Good morning and welcome back to the MODUS Super Series. Well, Carl Wilkinson missing the ball for the win off the back of 167 and the ball off the back of 123 in the deciding leg. But it is James Richardson who picks up his first win in Group C. Let's have a quick look at the stats. As you can see, it is Carl Wilkinson with the higher average, 88.78, 87 Richardson, both very good on the finishing as well. 3 from 6 for Carl, 4 from 7 for James Richardson. So work to do for Wilkinson. Up next, it is Martin Thomas up against Alan Tabern. Martin Thomas, 4-7 favourite for this one, 5-4 for Alan Tabern. Martin Thomas won this tie 4-2 yesterday with a 86-34 average and 4 out of 9 on the doubles. Without further ado, let's join Owen Binks on stage. But first in commentary, it is Matthew Edgar and Henry Deacon.
Thank you very much, Chris. As we see the last two players to toe the hockey in our morning session on Friday at the MODUS Super Series. Martin Thomas, the 50-year-old from Wales, nickname Tomo. Wonder where he's fought that one up from. Up against the Saint, Alan Tabern, 55 from St Helens, an 8-time PDC event winner.
Really impressed with Martin Thomas yesterday. Played some really good darts even in defeat. He opened the day yesterday with a 99.99 average, 3 180s.
Okay, first look, it's Martin to throw first.
4-1 to Reece
Game
Colley
on.
in that one. Did get the victory in his last game, which was against Alan Tabern.
60.
Took that one 4-2. Tabern has grown into the days. He tends to start a little bit slow in the mornings.
97.
He's 55. We mentioned earlier about Reece Colley and Dan Reid, combined age of 50. Combined age of 105.
125.
Tabern did end strong yesterday. Even in defeat against Martin Thomas, averaged 92.60. And 91 against Dan Reid.
62.
Were you with nicknames that are just basically a Tomo or a Chizzy or a Damo or something like that?
I think after my suggestion of Reece Cauliflower this week, you know where I am with these.
60.
I think I'm going to make your commentary task for the day is to find me a nickname, a darting nickname by the end of the day. You can get in touch with us as well at MSS Darts. And I really should emphasise here, keep it fun and keep it clean. I can imagine there's many a word, but do get involved and join the fun.
100. Alan, you record 104.
Alan Tabern wants to get involved with a legs tally in this one. Won't do it on this occasion. This
47.
There's options for Martin Thomas.
Martin, you require
really
94.
Route, the more modern route of just going straight for the 18s. Could have utilised the ball. It's a long way away from that one. And he offers Alan Tabern a chance to break the throw.
Alan, you require 57.
It's a bit of a crucial game in the direction of the fate of the players for the day.
37.
He's been battling with that tops and tens all week.
Martin, you require 40.
Martin's darts
Game shot the first leg. Martin Thomas.
Tops isn't always going to be his friend. It was in that situation. It was a 20-dart leg for Martin Thomas to hold his throw. Alan Tabern had two opportunities to get the break. Keep himself in contention for this Group C. Only 2 places from 6. You need to be getting points on the board.
You mentioned this is a crucial game for both in terms of trying to progress through the group. You sense it's probably a bigger game for Alan Tabern than it is for Martin Thomas.
Absolutely. Martin Thomas still has his fate in his own hands as well. He will have to throw against Dan Reid at 11:50-ish today. We'll still also have to play Reece Colley as well, so
28.
whenever it's in your own hands, you feel quite happy. You don't want to be watching the screen and cheering on somebody else, trying to celebrate another man's victory. You want to make your own.
And the players do forensically look at that screen. When we have to go up to the studio and back round, we go through the practice room, and the players do. When they know it's a situation where the result goes their way, they will plonk a chair right in front of the TV and they will watch every single dart.
I've played in this 4, maybe 5 times. And every time that table comes on, everyone flocks around. It's like feeding chickens. They all just run around the TV screen and what's going on? What's going on? Working it out. Oh, you're through. You're this. You're that. They will be very aware of the situation.
57. Martin, you're
Is it like back in the 90s where everyone flocked outside Dixon's at 4:45 on a Saturday to make sure what the football results were?
In the days of
105.
A long way since
Alan,
then.
you require 160.
160 for Tabern. And Martin Thomas here has carved out an opportunity for a breaker throw. It'll put him 2-0 up and halfway towards the victory post.
25 scored.
Up for tops.
Game's on the second
and gets tops and opens up a 2-0 lead. And it's felt rather academic as well for Martin Thomas thus far. Alan Tabern missed 2 darts at double in the first leg. But it's just felt as if the Welshman's been in control from the get-go.
83.
So I was really impressed with Martin Thomas yesterday. If he keeps that going, I fully expect him to get himself at least in strong
60.
contention for those top 2 spaces. But he looks like, to me, likely contender to get through to finals night. At the moment, 90. The way this is going, with the result that Reece Colley had earlier, losing to Dan Reid, after the first round of fixtures today, Martin Thomas will go into those top 2 positions.
100.
And when he's got those top players still to play, fate is in his own hands.
As you mentioned, you want to dictate your own destiny. Don't want to be sitting around nervously. This would be a huge blow to Tabern if he ends up losing this game. You sense that from this point, he'd probably have to win all 4, you think.
100.
So you get the table and the divide that's appearing in that, and sort of get the feeling that Martin Thomas, Dan Reid and Reece Colley might have enjoyed that last game.
You require 170.
James Richardson taking the 2 points off of Carl Wilkinson, keeping him on the 4. Martin Thomas takes the points from Alan Tabern
130. Alan, you require 96.
Double 18.
Game shot on the third.
Couldn't miss that last dart.
Alan Tabern.
Couldn't miss that last dart. That first at double 18 was such a good lie for him that he could just crash it off the barrel and in the other side.
Fourth leg is Alan to throw first.
Brings it back to 2-1. Has the throw in the 4th. And so returns the favour, gets the break back.
140.
And kicks off ton 40.
Mentioned earlier that Carl Wilkinson has extremely large hands.
135.
I think on the other side there, if we take a look at Owen Binks, he seems to have extremely large shoes. Look at that side shot. That's got to be about size 12 or 13.
Happy feet.
22.
Which probably is appropriate because If you follow his social media feeds, he's recently come back from Dubai, and it looked as if he did do some dancing as well as skydiving, although I wouldn't recommend dancing at 10,000 feet.
We've got large hands, we've got large feet, so we're going to get large averages.
140.
The first 140 of the match for Martin Thomas. When you get that dart going just underneath or on the bottom wire, it does start to get a lot of 140s.
60.
Tell you what, you want to go up against Owen at farther side, would you? You wouldn't want to be on the wrong end of a two-footed studs up challenge from him.
32.
Just
Alan, you record 116.
Get him to stand. Either way. Still got a shot here. It's double 12.
104.
We'll come back for the double 6. Martin can only set it up, and that's what he's going to do.
132. Alan, you record 12.
Pick stops. Could have picked a
Game
double
shot
of
the
his
full
choice.
flag. Alan Tabern.
Tabern hits the double that is required. There's a holder throw for Alan Tabern in 16 darts. We said he
Fifth leg, it's
tends to start
Martin
a
to
little
throw
bit
first.
slower in the
Game on.
mornings. He's certainly warming to the task. The halfway point of this match.
And this suddenly becomes a crucial leg for Martin Thomas. 2-0 up, peg back to 2 apiece. If he wins this, as you mentioned, he can join Reece Colley on 8 points.
100.
Who currently occupies second position. Doesn't want to lose unnecessary ground. And from 2-0 up, if Tabern does go on to become the victor, he'll feel like it's points dropped.
60.
Next up, we see James Richardson in action against Reece Colley.
180.
As Martin Thomas gets our first max of the match. And how timely as well it is.
54.
Sort of get the feeling that James Richardson in that next game is probably going to be the most popular player in the practice room.
162.
6 perfect darts in a row from Martin Thomas. 180 and the 162.
140. Martin, you record 32.
So 32.
Game shot on the fifth
It's
leg.
32.
Martin Thomas.
13 darter there from Martin Thomas to hold the throw. That forces Alan Tabern into 12 or better. 7
Significant Alan
perfect
to throw
darts
first.
from Martin
Game on.
Thomas.
Like Max Verstappen at the start of the Grand Prix, he's putting his foot down and he's looking to accelerate away from Alan Tabern.
100.
If he gets the first 2 in the treble, I wonder if he's going to try claiming the 9. That is a great dart.
123.
9 perfect darts. I'm sure he'll be claiming that in the practice room. I know during that period, though, I'm not going to say the word again, where that period of time beginning with C.
100.
There'll be a couple of people claim that one.
Our first 9 of the week.
81.
First 9 of the MODUS Super Series.
65. 68.
I did say when he starts getting that dart in the bottom of the bed, it just looks likely. He's raising his performance, he's raising his average touching the 91
60.
at the moment. Alan Tabern, 84.5.
And this is the only issue with the way that Martin Thomas's darts go
54.
into the board. If the first dart goes underneath the treble 20 wire, he's almost got a perfect dart to stack on top. If it goes anything above, the way that it goes in and the shape of the flight completely obscures the bed, which is why we will more often than not see him have to go down, like on this occasion, and run for cover.
93. Ali Maguire,
Quality last visit
36.
from Alan Tabern. Hits the 140 to leave himself to 36. That's a quality dart as well. I'll switch over to the 9s.
27. Martin Maguire, 82.
Well, this is for the match. That makes it a bit tricky. He needs 2 perfect from here. He cannot do it. So Alan Tabern will return.
24.
Looking at 9. Looking for a hold
And you
of throw.
require 9.
Looking to take it all the way.
Huge moment for Alan Tabern. Defeat here, and it makes his chances of going through very slim. He'd have to win the lot. So this double 4 holds huge significance. And he's up to the task.
Tabern.
And we go all the way to the 7th and deciding leg for the second game in succession. And it is Martin Thomas who has the honours.
Martin to throw
if he can get over the line, he will join Reece Colley on 8 points. And he's going about his business perfectly.
You get to a deciding leg and you've got the throw. Kicking off with a 180.
60.
Causes all sorts of problems for your opponent, especially when he starts with a treble-less visit. This is huge advantage to Martin Thomas. He's already gone 9 perfect.
95.
Perfect from the 501.
Problem is, whenever you mention 9, it always goes a begging.
80.
Big advantage here, Martin Thomas. 140 plus these. Alan Tabern's going to have to live in hope. Because you're going to need missed doubles from Martin Thomas. Something he hasn't done that much in this game. Had 4 darts at the double and managed to ping it with 3.
140. Martin, you've got 126.
The checkout rate. Going to get 6 darts at this 126 at a minimum. Which is just setting up time. 62. Mr. Pickey's
70.
Route. I don't think that was the route he was going, but it does put him to top. Something that has been a very good friend for him in this game.
95. Martin, you're requiring 56.
To join Reece Colley on 8 points in the group. 2 darts at tops.
16.
And 2 match darts have come and gone. And so Alan Tabern gets another go at 126. Crucial moments. Treble would have left the ball. So Martin Thomas returns for tops to put himself
58.
into 2nd place in
Martin,
Group C.
40.
So with the last one that this tops can become a problem, but it's no problem there for Martin Thomas. Pings it with the first dart. That is a 16 dart holder throw. Kick that leg off with that incredible 180 to give himself that bit of breathing room and allow himself some opportunities. We don't need many. Taking 4 from 7 there, 57% on the checkout rate, 88.66 the average, 2 180s. Martin Thomas moves up to 8 points and is a serious contender for Group C.
morning and welcome back to the MODUS Super Series. Well, the first cycle of the games are completed. Let's have a look at the stats from the last one. And it was Martin Thomas winning 4-3 despite Alan Tabern hitting 7-2 140s in the course of that match, but the finishing from Thomas was very tidy indeed. 4 from 7, 57%. 2 180s and an average of 88.66. Let's have a quick look at the table after 3 matches, and it is Dan Reid out in front after that win over Reece Colley in our opener. Martin Thomas right in the mix, but work to do for Wilkinson, Tabern and Richardson. Up next, it is James Richardson against Reece Colley. Rhys won this tie 4-0 yesterday, but it's James Richardson who is the 4-7 favourite. Reece Colley quoted at 5-4. So, without further ado, let's get on with the action. Owen Binks, our referee, and in comms, Matthew Edgar, and the man looking for a nickname. How about Hooray Henry Deacon?
Thank you, Chris. Well, that's probably the best of the suggestions I've got so far. It used to be called Hoo-Ha Henry.
Stumped you a little bit, that one, didn't it?
Yes. It's one of the nicer things I've been called, mind.
Looking at people looking for things.
Okay,
Reece Colley's going to be looking
James
for a couple of
to throw
points. We're just
first.
sort of there, second
Game
in the
on.
table. On leg difference, joint with Martin Thomas. Those two will be playing later on this morning. You just sort of feel that the practice room
55.
now are going to become James Richardson fans. Carl Wilkinson, Alan Tabern are becoming slightly detached. And they're going to start to need results going in their
60.
favour. James Richardson can be that guy, can be that spoiler. And really ruin people's day, and I'm sure he'd take great pleasure in doing so.
100.
You get the sense that possibly from this point we're looking at 2 from 3. Tabern's got a lot of work to do.
96.
Wilkinson has got a lot of work to do. Martin Thomas and Reece Colley currently joint second. Dan Reid out in front on 10 points. We'll see him
81.
next against Alan Tabern. If he wins that, puts himself onto 12. He should get himself into at least the top 3. So all he'd have to do is try and outdo what Colley and
125.
Thomas provide in their final matches.
Well, the next 2 games could be crucial in deciding how many players are left in the running for this. We've got Dan Reid against Alan Tabern.
95.
Dan Reid takes the victory against Alan Tabern. We could say that that is his race run. And the same with Martin Thomas can beat Carl Wilkinson. That will just open a sizable
125.
gap.
James require 170.
6 points the gap. We only 6 points left to play for. Would be Carl Wilkinson as good as out of the race as well. So we're going to see
41.
some fold
Richard
over the next
195.
30 to 40 minutes.
Yeah, you sense for Tabern and Wilkinson, they're going to have to win every single game from here
59.
if they're going to go through and then hope for
129.
mistakes elsewhere. Colley is hoping for a mistake from James Richardson here. Needs him to miss the bullseye. He doesn't miss the bullseye. It's the perfect
James
bullseye
Richardson.
from James Richardson. Right in the middle of the bed. It is picture perfect from James Richardson. Ruthless by name, ruthless by
Second is
nature.
Rhys to
He
throw
leads
first.
Reece Colley by a leg to 0.
Those combination finishes in his opening game as well. He took the 110.
125.
And you tend to find that they're the ones where you find a bit of form when you've got a bit of rhythm going around the board. That bullseye
121.
absolutely in the centre. He literally walked down the hockey and put that in. Probably find it harder to
100.
find the centre as much as he did there.
Got a fun fact about Reece Colley. I got a WhatsApp the other evening by Lee Boyce.
60.
Good morning, Lee, if you are tuning in. Well-respected journalist within the game. Apparently, his brother Joe plays for Dudley Town in the
135.
Midlands Football League. And apparently, Reece often goes over to support when he's not an event. And apparently he watched him on Saturday in a 3-1 victory over Nuneaton Griff.
60. Reach for 141.
Only good teams beat Nuneaton Griff. And only good players beat James Richardson. Colley averaging a shade under 102. Was hoping that he could have forced the error of Richardson with the darts in the first. Well, he's got the luxury of time in the second, leaving 50 after 12. Tops to win it in the regulation 15. And Reece Colley is back level. Been a good performance from him so far at 1 apiece. But it is Richardson with the advantage of throw. And that has been the only difference between the pair so far.
First. Game on.
We did see Reece Colley already today. Lost his opening game to Dan Reed.
140.
He didn't find the same form that he found yesterday, but he is certainly doing that in this one. And the stats on your screen suggesting exactly that. 96 for Reece Colley, 85 for James Richardson, which is about as good as it gets this week, really, for James Richardson. Did see that incredible performance from him on Monday when he hit the 108, but ever since that 108 average, it's all been downhill for James Richardson.
95.
Yeah, and you sensed on Wednesday when he won 4 from 5, you thought, well,
140.
going into Group C, it's a clean slate, a fresh start. But didn't happen on Thursday, which is kind of, well, it has ruled him out the running on Friday. So for him, it's a case of playing for pride, playing for points, and playing to get his confidence up. But in some ways, he can free roll as a result.
Well, no professional wants to lose 4-0, and James Richardson did that 3 times yesterday. Martin Thomas,
82.
Alan Tabern,
James requires 78.
Who is playing right now, all taking those victories 4-0. So, as a player, I can strongly tell you he will want to beat all 3 of those players today. And he's on his way to doing so in this one. He's halfway to victory. 2 from 2 on the checkout. So 129 and then a 78 finish for James Richardson. He's halfway to avenging that 4-0 defeat of yesterday.
95.
So I've been asking for your tweets to find me a darting nickname today. And I've had 2 people tweet me with the same suggestion that I should be called the Arch. Am I missing some kind of relation there?
54. Yeah. 140.
I'm getting suggestions of Henry the Hoover as well.
60.
I think that's probably the dustiest one I've got.
Now I finish laughing, I need to say that we have a winner.
97.
I like Henry the Hoover. I can think of some good shirts for that as well.
The only issue is I'd have to wear red. That's not happening as a Portsmouth boy. I'd have to be called Hetty and go in like blue or pink or green or whatever.
140.
Hoover up the competition.
Do you reckon they'd let me walk on with a Hoover? I know Dan Dawson's a big fan of Hoovers, isn't he?
94. James requires 64.
Let's get back to the darts, shall we? James Richardson wants 64. Double 8.
Game's on the
for a 3-1 lead, and importantly, a break of throw inside 14 darts. And we've been speaking about confidence with James Richardson. It's been up and down, up and down.
Fifth leg, it's James
like a seesaw. But at this present moment in time, his confidence is right at the very top. He's 1 leg away from a 4-1 victory. And this would be for his 2nd victory in succession. With an average of 91.7. 3 from 3 on the doubles bed. A 1-2-9 finish. But Reece Colley is going to try and put him under all sorts of pressure here in the 5th.
140.
Sort of feel that nickname wouldn't just apply to darts for you. Reece Colley actually looking
135.
for a 9. But
What, the Hoover?
you could have put that into the commentary booth as well. You know, you could have. And James Richardson hoovers up the 64.
140.
Like a missed opportunity there. James Richardson's got the opportunity, though,
James, you
to
record
wrap this up.
130.
He's already hit the bullseye once in this game. Dead in the centre for that 129 finish in leg 1. Got to come right the way round that one to give himself a dart at the ball, which he won't. Reece Colley goes to an awkward 1-8 where
41.
the second dart needs to be the treble, even if he gets the first one. She doesn't. Moves to the treble 20. For a dart at the ball for himself.
103.
That would have been
James, you require 89.
revenge for the 129 finisher, James Richardson, who tees himself up on 89. It will be the ball once again. It is the ball once again. That is a clinical performance from James Richardson, who goes on 100% on the doubles, and that is with 2 bullseyes. A 93.45 average there for James Richardson. Reece Colley did his best to resist, put in a 91.83, a quality game of darts, but that has really just opened up Group C.
Good morning and welcome back. And as Esther Phillips beautifully sang once upon a time, what a difference a day makes. And what a difference a day makes for James Richardson as he defeats Reece Colley 4-1. Let's have a quick look at the stats. And a good performance from both players. A couple of ball finishes from James Richardson secures the win. 93.45 the average, 91.83 for Reece Colley. But look at that finishing, 4 out of 4. The second time we've seen that in this week. Well, up next it is Dan Reid against Alan Tabern. Dan Reid won this tie yesterday 4-1 with a very impressive 95 average. He is odds on to do the same today. In fact, he is 4-9. Alan Tabern quoted at 13-8. So let's get on with the action. The players are on stage. Owen Binks is ready, and our commentary team of Matt Ecker and Henry Deacon are in the hot seats.
Thank you very much, Chris. So Dan Reid, the man who tops the pile in Group C, plays his second game of the second session in this group, up against Alan Tabern, who from here has to be pretty much perfect. You sense he's going to have to win all 4 if he's going to stand any chance of progressing through to tomorrow night's final.
But that'll be a position that Alan Tabern will enjoy and relish. You don't win 8 PDC
first leg, it's
ranking
Dan to throw
titles if you don't have
first.
that
Game on.
winning mentality. And this is knockout darts now for Alan Tabern. Can still play himself into position. These next 2 games are going to be absolutely crucial
85.
in the direction this group goes. Carl Wilkinson and Martin Thomas, your next game. Martin Thomas and Dan Reid can get these victories. It
97.
will pretty much end Group C hopes for Alan Tabern and Carl Wilkinson. So lots of interesting darts to be thrown over the next 20 to 30 minutes.
Yeah, Dan Reid, you sense here, as you mentioned, can do himself a lot of favours. He can eliminate a couple of players pretty much from the field and put himself in a position where a couple more points, he should be good to go.
100.
Couple more wins, he should be in. It's a nice position to find yourself.
60.
But of course, the one thing you don't want that to lead to is complacency.
Dan Reid won the match between the 2 players yesterday, as he
41.
did with everyone in this group except Reece Colley yesterday, but avenged that defeat in the first game of today. 4-2 victory over Reece Colley, getting his top position in the league back. Scoreline yesterday was 4-1 to Dan Reid. Alan Tabern posting a 91 average despite only being 14% on the doubles, so we know that Alan can live with whatever scoring power Dan Reid can produce. Needs to convert those chances when they come around in this one. He's going to have to carve a chance though. Dan Reid has the advantage of throw.
60. Daniel require 80.
He has 6 darts in his hand to convert that. 80 the shot. Stay on the 20s. He'd like to have stayed on the 20s. And he's not going to get a dart at the double, but the luxury of time means he will come back. With 3 darts in his hand at the double.
100. Daniel require 36.
It's been a steady start. Switches along to 99. Now this is very awkward. And that was a grimacing smile from Dan Reid, because he knows that he's let Alan Tabern in, a man who's been well behind in the leg. He's going to get a direct ball. And it dragged low into the 17. So Dan Reid will return for double 4. Double 2.
Game shot on the first leg.
And he gets there in the end. And that would have felt twitchy at points for Dan Reid, because he knew he was in control of that leg, in command of that leg.
Game on.
And if he got broken there, we may have seen some of that confidence which he's been exuding over the last couple of days begin to evaporate.
Sort of just get the feeling with Dan Reid when it comes to his doubles. He's openly admitted that
60.
he feels that's his weakness, but it's all or nothing for Dan Reid. In his first game, he was 4 from 5, 80%. Finishes with a 120 and 101 in there.
100.
All on tops. Interesting that set up the 18s in that leg.
140.
We're not overly intentional, made a bit of a mess of the 80. But we just get that sense that Dan Reid doesn't know himself what he's going to do when it comes to the outer ring.
Which perhaps doesn't exude a sign of confidence, because if you don't know what you're going for or what you're aiming at, then you can't be in the frame of mind where you can just steadfast know that you're going to get whatever's going.
When you get into that mindset and you start worrying that there's a little fault in your game, start becoming aware of what your opponent's doing. When your opponent's hitting,
76.
You sort of become aware that you need to produce a little bit extra to get that little bit of time. And when they're missing, don't think that gives you the luxury of time. If you're not confident in your own game, you start chasing an opportunity.
And you're 143.
You try punishing. There's never a moment's peace when you're in head-to-head sport.
68. 135. Alan, you're 158.
It's on double 4, excellent visit there, but it may mean nothing because Alan Tabern's going to get a dart. A double 19 for the 158 finish.
Tabern.
And a break of throw, sorry, a hold of throw, level at 1 apiece. Dan Reid was sitting there on double 4 for the break in a 2-0 advantage.
Feel like it's Dan to throw.
Surely you would have thought he was going to get that opportunity, but Alan Tabern gets the 158.
55.
Absolutely brilliant from Alan Tabern. Timed to perfection.
You nearly slipped and said a break of throw, but that's what it felt like. Dan Reid won the darts in the scoring phase, and it would only have took a moment of magic from Alan Tabern. That is exactly what he managed to find with that 158, and it had that break vibe to it. And kicks this leg off with a 125 at the back of that leg. He was stood at the back of the stage with his arms out. A bit confused from where it came from, but we were hoping for a little bit more of it. We just said when you're not confident fully in your own game,
83.
Things like that start going against you. They become very slippery very fast in this short format.
60.
Has to go downstairs here. Now he can return to the treble 18 to leave the big fish after 12. To be for a third consecutive hold. Tabern doing so, courtesy that 158. Saved his bacon in the previous. Dan Reid doesn't have to go for the 170 with his opponent back on 220. Would like to leave it handy though. And it just opens a door a little bit for the Saint. His timing. His timing has been perfect in this game. Like a Rolex, always on time. However, stop the clock.
71. Alan, you require 40.
Dan Reid almost provided the 110, which would have stopped Tabern in his tracks.
20. Dan, you require 40.
But again, like the last leg, it's a potential hold of throw for Dan Reid. Which will feel like a break because Alan Tabern was in full control of that previous leg. But Dan Reid gets the double. Tabern passed up the opportunities on the outer ring. The 180 left him on top. So he then missed 3 darts for it. Dan Reed mopped up. That's why he's in front 2-1. And Tabern knows this is a crucial game. It's a must-win game for him. And so it may not be a crucial opportunity in this match passed up. It could also
95.
potentially spell the end of his hopes of progressing his way through to tomorrow night's final.
He's going to need to find some
100.
more marks in that power scoring column. He needs to find a break from somewhere. He's had 3 opportunities in that last leg at the tops. But it's these
60.
140s, 180s columns at the moment that don't inspire when you're looking at getting a break.
85.
So one score over a 140, which was the 158 finish. And then that amazingly timed 180 in the last. Give himself a shot at tops. The only times he's found a double treble combination. And when you're looking for breaks, you need to be putting more than 1 in each one of those columns.
83.
Reed here has put himself in a good position to get the break, to open up a 3-1 advantage.
85.
Putting 1 away from the match, it would put him on 12 points if he can get the victory. It would, in effect, eliminate Alan Tabern from contention.
60.
Him and Carl Wilkinson, you sense, had to win 4 from their... They're all out. 4 from their remaining 4 games. He could find himself right up against it if Reed can get the ball. He does get the ball for a 1-2-1 finish. I'll tell you what, the checkouts in this game have been absolutely spectacular. We've seen a 158, now a 1-2-1.
Throw first.
Like icing. Finishing off nicely.
Dan Reed has won 7 legs today. He's had that 1-2-1 which we've just seen there. He took out a 120 earlier on and 101. So 3 out of his 7 legs have been done with tidy 100+ finishes, which is actually Achilles' heel. Can't wait to see what his strength is.
60.
Alan Tabern been here for 4 days, playing match 22.
43.
He's never needed the darts to go as much as they are now. His week could be over as far as qualifying for Saturday if he loses this one, and especially if Dan Reed can convert that 4-1 leg difference victory over Alan Tabern. It could be back up the motorway tomorrow for Alan. That could be coming very soon.
Be a jolly jaunt up the M62 for Tabern, based in St Helens. A true hotbed for darting talent. One of the best darting talents to come out of that area, and that is saying quite a lot about what Alan Tabern has achieved and wants to continue to achieve, if we're saying that.
Match shot here for Dan Reed. He's already took out the 101 already today in his opening victory over Reece Colley. Won't be taking it this time, but tees it up absolutely beautifully. Nothing Alan Tabern can do except stand and hope. And when he's been in that position, he doesn't often come back.
Dan, you require 20.
2 10s for Dan Reed. Statistically, his favourite double. And when that is statistically your favourite double, you do not expect to miss it with 3 darts in hand, and Dan Reed does not. That is a 4-1 victory for Dan Reed and 2 more points on the board. He has set himself up in the absolute dream position going into the last couple of games. Really puts himself in a strong position for Saturday's final. That 1-2-1 finish was the absolute standout moment of the game. An 83.23 the average for Dan Reed, but more importantly, a 4-1 win.
Another dominant display from Dan the Man Reed, defeating Alan Tabern 4-1. Highlight for Tabs in that one, the wonderful 158. Let's have a look at the stats. Dan Reed, 83-23. Both players having some lovely finishes in there. 40% on the doubles for Dan Reed, and he makes it 2 from 2 and dropping just 3 legs in the process. So let's have a look at the table. Dan Reed makes it 2 from 2. Just the one defeat so far in the group. Martin Thomas right in the mix. Reece Colley still in there on 8 points. Carl Wilkinson and Alan Tabern with massive work to do. Remember, it's just the top 2 from this group will progress and join Lisa Ashton, and the top 3 from Group B this evening. Up next, it is Carl Wilkinson against Martin Thomas. They go 10-11 Wilkinson, 4-5 Martin Thomas. I like Martin Thomas in this tie. I mentioned in Dan Reed, he had the highest number of ton-plus outs yesterday. He's doing the same today. Right, let's get on with our next match. Owen Binks is ready with the players on stage. In commentary, it is Matthew Edgar and Henry Deacon.
Thank you very much, Chris. This is a game which you sense will dictate the destiny of Carl Wilkinson in Group C. On 4 points up against Martin Thomas on 8. He can close the gap upon his rival in the top 3 to 2 points defeat, and you'd sense that he is out of the running for tomorrow night's final. It is that cutthroat you sense now for Carl Wilkinson.
It's exactly the same equation that we just saw in the last game with Alan Tabern losing to Dan Reed. It sort of put him out of contention, and Carl Wilkinson in that same position. Martin Thomas takes the points here. It becomes 3 players battling for those 2 spaces.
Okay, first leg, it's Carl to throw first. Game on.
The advantage for Wilkinson here is he's going to have the darts in the odd-numbered legs.
That's a fist bump I would have been avoiding. Those gigantic hands. Carl Wilkinson, you don't want to be fist bumping with those.
Probably end up breaking a knuckle.
Probably 134. Force through those gigantic hands.
85.
You know when people play that trick when you shake their hands and they squeeze it and all of that? You would not want to be on the receiving end of that if Carl Wilkinson plays that party trick.
80.
And of course, we're looking for nickname suggestions for myself. We've had a couple more come
59.
The Hoover seems to be a very popular suggestion, as does the Arch, which I have been sent a gift between games. L'Arc de Triomphe was the relation to that.
180.
As Martin Thomas gets the game's first max, he's left to finish after 9 against the darts.
Martin, you've got 107.
Putting Carl Wilkinson to the sword right from the get-go. Moved across to treble 16. It's going to stay there because it leaves him double 12 after 12, and it's been a superb start to this game for the Welshman.
137, Martin, you've got 124.
Break in 13 darts.
That's
exactly what he does. A 13-dart breaker throw from Martin Thomas. Takes it out on the double 12, first dart in hand. Looking to split this group in
Martin
half
to throw first.
with a victory over Carl Wilkinson. So at the start of the day, I was impressed with Martin Thomas yesterday. Really enjoyed watching him play. Kicked off today with a 4-3 victory over Alan Tabern. That amazing 180 in the last leg. Give himself a bit of breathing room.
174.
Eliminate Carl Wilkinson here with a victory, but Carl Wilkinson, the Yorkshire captain, opens with a max of his own, the 174. We see a lot of that from Carl Wilkinson. Not a big 180 hitter, but we do see him hit the big 170 shots.
Known as the Dundas.
140.
In case you don't know, top referee Anthony Dundas Refereed at Lakeside a fair bit. Does a little bit of spotting every now and then as well.
55.
If you haven't had the chance, head on to YouTube once this session's done and look up his 174 call. I'm not repeating it because I would
55.
I would not do it justice, and I don't think I want a far from happy phone call from the pup. But have a look at it on YouTube. It is quite the something.
81. Carly
Kurt Bevins might have a couple of things to say about the big 174s and 177 calls. To be a big call from Carl Wilkinson. Needs the ball for a 1-3-2. What a dart and what a response from Carl Wilkinson. Martin Thomas came out, broke the throw in 13 darts, putting Carl Wilkinson in all sorts of bother. And then he responds with a 12-dart finish, a 1-3-2.
And a good sign of respect for Martin Thomas as Wilkinson returned to the drinks table. A nice little fist bump there. Have a look at them averages. 105.6 for Carl Wilkinson, 105.24 for Martin Thomas. It won't be 105 now after that little slip into the single five, but what a brilliant game we're being treated to here in Group C. You could have seen the full stats table there momentarily. Proper darts, proper game.
100.
A game which means a lot for both players in their destinies, the complexion of their groups. Wilkinson has to win to
59.
Stay in the race for a top 2 place. For Martin Thomas, victory here would see him go above Colley in terms of points and only 2 behind
60.
Dan Reid. And we do say, yes, you want to get yourself in the top 2, but if you can win the group, you get advantages. There's always a reward here at the Super Series.
140. 180. Carly,
his second max of the match. It could be a timely one, unless the 161 goes. It won't on this occasion, but it's going to be left very handy. And so the max left 131 for Martin Thomas is going to have to go. It may still go. He went top
71. Carly required 24.
And he's going to return, if he does with 2 at tops. Double 12 for Carl Wilkinson for a 16-dart leg. Hold and throw to lead by 2 legs to 1. I'm really, really enjoying the spectacle that both players are putting on here. I hope you are at home or wherever you're tuning in to us from this morning.
Double 12.
41.
Went against Carl Wilkinson in the opening leg. Martin Thomas taking that out with 1 dart. Carl Wilkinson returning the favour there. And that's 16 darter. Yet to see a dart missed to wrap up a leg at the moment. Both players 100%
60.
Carl Wilkinson around the 100 on the average. You need to produce and your back's against the wall.
100.
This is quality throwing from Carl Wilkinson. Would have been easy to have folded when Martin Thomas came out and broke the throw.
119.
He's reacted very well. A 12-darter and a 16-darter from Carl Wilkinson. And he's just starting to
140.
find use of that first dart.
Tortoise and their hair darts.
96.
Martin Thomas came out the traps, firing and flying. Carl Wilkinson's maintained that very high level, and as a result, he may find himself on the brink of a 3-1 lead.
123.
And a breaker throw in the 4th. Leads himself 80 after 12. All Thomas can do is try and respond. Surely that 3rd dart is begging for the treble. It was. And so Wilkinson returns to 80 for that break. Double 10.
70.
And that is the first missed doubles from either player in this match. And it presents Martin Thomas with this opportunity. He would have felt an unlikely opportunity to level us up. One dart at the ball, but it goes into the 25. Crucial
Colley
passage of play
required
coming
10.
up as Carl Wilkinson returns for double 5.
Is he going to split or straight for it? It is straight for it for Carl Wilkinson. And he cannot take out the 5, so he tees it up. Frustration.
Required 25.
It's multiple darts here to break the throw and be a bit comfortable on the scoreline. Double 12 was the double that Martin took in the opening leg.
13.
He won't take it in this one. More
Colley
opportunities
required
for
4.
Carl Wilkinson. This is for a 3-1 lead, but more crucially, a break of throw.
Game shot on the
And it is
4th leg.
straight
Carl
in the
Wilkinson.
middle of the double 2. Carl Wilkinson establishes a 2-leg gap on the scoreboard. Most importantly, a break of throw. He has 3
Feel like it's
opportunities
Carl
now
to throw
to seal the
first.
points, and
Game
2 of them will be with throw.
I don't know about you, I love that overhead camera angle. You see the full
58.
trajectory of the dart as it heads into its intended target. One of the new additions to this production setup here at the Super Series.
85. 140.
Huge shout out to the production team and the staff behind the scenes who put in a lot of effort to make this possible.
100.
I don't know about you, but I've been getting lots of messages from people tuning in, praising the coverage that we've had this week.
41.
Just hit a completely new level. Change the face of darts. Massive opportunity for players now to
38.
play regularly in a big environment with big prize money on the line. Opportunities for further prize money as well. That Champions Week, £20,000 to the winner. Things we'd only dreamt about a couple of years ago.
£41,000 to be on offer
131.
at Champions Week. Now that's usually something you'd maybe get in 1 or 2 tournaments in the entire year in the amateur system in the past. This is something that's going to be played for on a more regular basis here at the Super Series at the end of every 12-week cycle. So Wilkinson to seal a crucial victory. He's going to have 6 anyway from the 1-3-1, so it's all about setting it up with this particular turn.
91.
And he leaves himself on tops for a 4-1 win. And it will keep him in contention to get through Group C.
100. Colley requires
So
40.
tops he wants.
Game
And we're
shot
put to
on
the sword.
match.
Carl Wilkinson is coming
Wilkinson.
up with the answers. He keeps himself in contention to progress through Group C here at the Super Series with an average of 94.73, 4 from 8 on the doubles, and that fantastic, magnificent, marvellous 132 high checkout. He beats Martin Thomas by 4 legs to 1. It keeps him in contention. When we return, we are going to see Alan Tabern in action. He takes on the resurgent man here on Friday, James Richardson.
Welcome back to the MODUS Super Series, and a sharp performance from Carl Wilkinson. See what I did there? Let's have a look at the stats. And as you can see, a 94.73 and a 4-1 win. He had 12 scores of a ton or more on there, 50% on the doubles, and that fabulous, it's a real showbiz shot, the 1-3-2 checkout. So let's have a quick look at the table, because that win keeps Carl Wilkinson right in the mix. He is on 6 points, still 2 points behind Martin Thomas, who he defeated in that one. Reece Colley still in a good spot himself on 8 points, but Dan Reid pulling clear at the top. He has won 6 from 7. Alan Tabern and James Richardson, well, their race is pretty much run. Alan Tabern is up next, and he will face James Richardson, so whoever wins that one will go 5th. And they go even money Tabern, 8-11 Richardson, a resurgent James Richardson, of course, who has won 2 from 2. Didn't manage to pick up a win at all yesterday, and as myself and Henry did mention, he left himself a little bit too much to do, but he could well be a bit of a spoiler today, and I'm enjoying his fighting quality. So the players are on stage with our referee Owen Binks in commentary. As always, Matthew Egger is joined by Henry Deacon.
Chris, thank you very much. I think great minds think alike, because resurgent and Richardson was 2 words that were entering my vocabulary before this game got underway. It's been a fantastic start to the Friday for Ruthless. Yes, he's left himself too much to do, and it feels like Alan Tabern's done the same as well. But these two will be playing for confidence, playing for pride, playing for points. And of course, always a great opportunity to play at the Super Series. And as Phil Taylor alluded to on Saturday on the opening evening, this is the best practice you can possibly get. So make the most of every single game you get on that stage.
Game on.
Surely means Phil Taylor needs to come and get on that stage.
He's hinting.
Same week, Phil, same week. I'm going to keep fishing. See if I can get on that stage with the power.
My word, you hit a 170 against him, we will never hear the end of it.
It'll be clipped many times.
45.
Be the new Edgar TV fun now, won't it?
Come on, Phil, come give it a go.
59.
You say resurgent for James Richardson. I'm getting to that stage now where I'm getting a bit expectant. Sort of feel like something's bubbling today with James Richardson. He's
91.
turned up aggressive. He's turned up frustrated, snarling at the board. That's when we see the very best of James Richardson. He's put some good stuff in today. Kicked off his day with a 4-3 victory over Carl Wilkinson, who we'd just literally seen he beat Martin Thomas. 87 the average in that, but he was very impressive.
57.
Reece Colley 4-1 the victory with a 93.45 finish. That included 2 bullseye finishes and that incredible 129. Despite the improved performance from James Richardson, the surprising stat is probably the 180 column. We associate James Richardson with a lot of 180s. And he got the 1 so far today. That came in his opening win against Carl Wilkinson. Alan Tabern also with the 180. Standout performance for Alan Tabern has to be that 158 finish that he took out against Dan Reid when he looked in all sorts of bother. Looked like his throw was about to be broken.
100.
The 2 treble 20s and the double 19.
I think you just get the feeling from the start to this one that both players know realistically there's, in terms of points of position, having to play for. And when that adrenaline of knowing you're not going to progress
41, and you're recording
feeds in,
96.
it's difficult despite trying to get yourself up to those same levels.
72.
It's just one of those natural things, isn't it?
James, you've recorded 145.
One thing we know for sure is when the cameras are on and people are watching. As a professional, you want to be in the winner's enclosure,
and you're recording 24.
regardless of what the reward is for that. Double 12 has seen some action today.
Game on the first leg.
It's a very favourable double to the dart player. Nice and easy down that side. Doesn't come off very often. It's not something that breaks down too much.
Second against James to throw
made that look easier. The first dart in hand at the double 6 for a holder throw.
Perfect double for righty.
140.
As a lefty myself, I mean, I can't hit double 6 to be honest for love nor money, but it always tends to be an awkward one for all the lefties.
Like you've been a bit unfair there on double 6 because you say you're not very good at the double 6, but it's a bit unfair on the other 19 doubles, leaving them out.
58.
We'll find out if we ever get the debut of the Hoover.
We could put you on the same week as me and the Power. It's taking
absolutely not.
5.
I will happily lock myself in this commentary room if I have to.
To be fair, after about 5 minutes with Phil Taylor, I'll probably be back in here myself.
95.
At least you haven't lost a leg against the Power yet. Not many people can say that.
125.
Actually, played him once before, so he was on a PZ Pro Tour. So naturally, I've actually lost 6 legs to Phil Taylor. Did manage to get
140.
Got one for myself.
151.
And it was actually on my birthday, which wasn't very jovial of the Power.
97. James, you're recording
Birthday treat,
68.
James Richardson wants 68 to hold his throw. Should get a dart. It's going to be at top, so double E is favoured.
28. Alan, you require
Throughout the week.
54.
Speaking of favoured doubles, this is something that Alan Tabern has favoured all the time. It's just not worked for him all week long.
34.
Nor has those 10s.
James, you require 40.
Well, that was a good break chance that's come and gone for the Saint.
Games on the second
And
leg.
Ruthless
James
pins
Richardson.
the tops to level us up at 1 apiece. 1 from 2 on the doubles is Richardson.
Third against Allen to throw first.
Both players are just waiting to get up to speed in this one. This visit might help. May help.
180.
Impressively, significantly, magnificently.
That's his second 180 of the day. If you
140.
can get a second 180 in this leg, we'll be getting a bit excited. Not to be. I've just got vibes
60.
for some reason that the 9-darter may be coming. It may be coming tonight in Group B. Quality lineup we've got there. Justin Smith, Graham Usher,
46.
Jared Cole, Nick Kenny and David Pallett. Tight group, which will be concluded this evening from around 10 o'clock.
100.
All 5 players in with a chance, but some have got more work to do than others.
140.
Went
Alan,
for
you're
the-
161.
Went for the max, but the better play there for Richardson would have been to have gone
42.
for the 25 to ensure himself a go at the big fish. And so it means Tabern gets a free go at the 119.
59. Alan, you're 119.
Treble 20. Would have left him a dart at double top.
39. James, you require
Richardson will return for
160.
116. Oh, that's a lovely marker. It
40.
looked like a lovely marker,
Alan,
didn't it, that
require
first dart to
80.
have then left him a go at double 18. Now, is that awkward? No, it isn't.
Alan Tabern.
You thought there was only a little bit of that target area to aim at. Well, he's found it nonetheless, and Alan Tabern opens up a 2-1 lead.
James to throw first. Game on.
James Richardson may have thought he was going to return for that 76 when he saw the
100.
positioning of those first two darts.
We've spoke quite a bit today about the highs and lows of
45.
James Richardson. Those 2 days with 5 defeats, the 3 4-0 defeats in a row yesterday. Losing to Martin Thomas, Alan Tabern, and Reece Colley. But it's quite interesting when we say we've spoke about the lows a little bit, but actually the highs. It came down to a 1-game shootout with Graham Musher where he would actually have taken the lineup in Group B if he could have just won that 1 game against Graham Musher. So despite the fact we've had these really low lows from James Richardson, we've had some very near misses and some very big highs.
44.
Been like a roller coaster. And we're riding it with James Richardson.
140.
I'm not going to burst into Westlife, don't worry.
100. James requires 63.
So 63 for what would be a routine holder throw to level us up at 2 apiece. Double 12.
Game shot.
As simple as you like.
James Richardson.
The 15 dart leg for James Richardson. The regulation leg, as we like to call it here at the Super Series.
It's Alan to throw first.
And Alan Tabern has the throw in the 5th. And we are level at 2 apiece.
It's been like a roller coaster watching James Richardson. It's probably going to be more like a log flume. We get the highs, the lows, the ups, the downs, but when it all comes down to it, probably going to leave the ride a little bit wet.
85.
Because James Richardson can only reach 10 points. Which means even if he wins all 5 of his games today, we will not see him going through to Saturday's final.
It's a bit like going to Fort Park. You get lots of ups, lots of downs, and ultimately you come away feeling disappointed.
123.
Luckily, I haven't got a membership, otherwise I think they would have been rescinded after that last comment.
140. 98.
Talking about Fort Park, James Richardson's in a queue behind Alan Tabern in this leg.
45. Alan, you record 120.
And he may find himself waiting a while. He may not get a go.
60.
Because Tabern's left himself on 60 and Richardson's on 171.
Looks like he's in the queue.
Requires 60.
Like he's in the queue for the haunted house, because that's what this place will feel like to him at the moment. That actually could work out to be quite a good marker.
40.
It's actually
James, you require 130.
Previous dart.
As much as a marker the first dart was as much as a horror dart the second one was. And it will be a house of horrors if Richardson could get the bull.
Alan, you require 20.
We said it's like a haunted house. Certainly is at the moment for Alan Tabern. Double 1.
18. James, you require 43.
Not the recommended route for 20.
Well, that was like a roller coaster. You're going up, down, round and everywhere. Tops for Richardson for a break of throw.
Game show on the 5th.
And that could be a pivotal moment in this game. Alan Tabern faffed around on the doubles. James Richardson took advantage of the opportunity that he got. He breaks the throw and is now a leg away from victory.
Game on.
With the darts in hand.
100.
Despite the averages at the moment
38.
being just 76.45 for Alan Tabern, 80.74 for James Richardson, he has managed
100.
to get 7 marks in the 140 plus column.
You could say that the Live League is a battle of stealth.
140.
And coming up next could be a colossus clash between Reece Colley and Carl Wilkinson. Two
140.
darting nemesises. Looking to progress. Oh!
When we're saying the haunted
20.
house, the house of horrors, is all going wrong.
James, you require
for Alan Tabern in this
161.
one. James Richardson, 161.
69 scored.
That would have been a icon.
72. 133.
89 for the match.
James, you require 89.
Start on the 19s. 70 left. With Tabern on 170, he may go the bullseye route. He hasn't. He's gone aggressive. Leaves him 60.
49. Alan, you require 170.
It's given Alan Tabern the tap on the shoulder to say, I don't think you're taking this out. And he was correct to think so. And so Richardson returns
James,
for tops for the
40.
match. For a 4-2 victory.
Game
And James Richardson makes it 3 from 3 on Friday. This crazy week for Ruthless goes on. With an average of 81.43, 4 for 9 on the doubles, a high out of 63. The unpredictability of James Richardson continues. And coming up after the break, what could be a crucial game in terms of qualification from Group C as Reece Colley takes on Carl Wilkinson.
Good morning and welcome back to the MODUS Super Series. Well, the resurgent Richardson continues with a 4-2 win over Alan Tabern. There is the stats: 81-43, 4 out of 9 on the doubles. And a huge difference in that 140 plus column. 8-2 in favour of the winner, James Richardson, who now makes it 3 out of 3. If he could have just picked up 1 or maybe 2 wins from 5 yesterday, he would be well in the mix. Let's have a quick look at the updated table now. And as you can see, Dan Reid out on top. Reece Colley, who is up next against Carl Wilkinson on 8 points. Thomas on 8. Wilkinson with the chance to join those group on 8. Remember, it is only the top 2 from Group C who join Lisa Ashton, the winner of Group A, in tomorrow night's final. We will have 3 more, of course, from tonight's Group B that gets underway at 10 p.m. Well, they go 5-6. Each of 2 in our next match between Reece Colley and Carl Wilkinson. Reece Colley won this tie by the narrowest of margins yesterday, 4-3. Owen Binks has the players on stage. In comms is Matthew Edgar, but first up, Henry Deacon.
Thank you very much, Chris. As you mentioned, a massive game here in Group C. Reece Colley will be looking to return to winning ways after winning 4 from 5 on Thursday. Yet to get off the mark on Friday has the 23-year-old from Dudley up against Carl Wilkinson, who is making somewhat of a late charge. He's the 2018 Polish Open champion from Barnsley in Yorkshire.
Sort of feel every game from here for Carl Wilkinson is vital. That last game, we saw the very best of him, a 94.73, the best he's been able to put in this week so far.
First, I get to Rhys to throw first. So. Game on.
It's Martin Thomas who opened that game with a 12-dart breaker throw. And saw the very, very best of Carl Wilkinson that allowed him to win that tour card. The seasons 45. Of 2019 and 2020. Q School is a tough beast to crack. And he has found the winning formula there.
84.
But it's only the beginning of the journey.
97.
Everyone's goal objective is to be a tour card holder, and of course to get through Q School is some achievement. But then, yes, you've had that huge moment
59
in your career, but then you've now got to reset to realities of 2 mainly by and large tough years on tour.
58.
Mentioned that
139
from Carl Wilkinson last time. That was kick-started by that incredible 1-3-2 finish. Hitting the bull. 25, treble 19, bull for the 1-3-2. He'll wanted to get that breaker throw nice and early here.
46
the board, but doesn't leave a finish on this occasion.
So it presents Colley with the opportunity with 6 darts in hand to win the opening leg.
95. 36. Reach record 106.
So 106 for a hold in the opening leg. Treble 17 for the bullseye.
42.
Been a cagey start from both players to this match. As Wilkinson looks for a 1-3-7. It would be so typical. So typical in a leg where both players have struggled to find their feet. Do we have a 1-3-7 finish? 64 then. To take the opener. Tops.
44.
Just beneath. And Wilkinson will return for the same target. He's already hit it once in this leg.
This would be the one that counts. It's come down to the 10s.
Game shot on the
Gets
first
it with the
leg.
last dart in hand.
Carl
Gives himself
Wilkinson.
a little fist bump. That's a 21 dart leg. But the most important factor there was that is a break of throw in a game that really
Second
matters
leg,
to
it's Carl
both
to
players.
throw
Reece Colley
first.
could
Game
get
on.
really reeled in now at the top half of that table. Been beaten twice already today. Dan Reed beating him in his opening game 4-2.
140.
And then James Richardson, a 4-1 victory over him last time out. So despite coming in as a table topper, Reece Colley's getting desperate for some
125.
points before he gets swamped by the rest of the chasing pack.
You get the sense both players know the
43.
significance of this particular fixture. Which is probably why we saw the tense first leg that we did.
85.
Of course, today's social media activity at MSS Darts on Facebook,
60.
Twitter and Instagram is to find myself a darting nickname. Lee Boyce has been back in touch as Coley
140.
to go for the 180. Goes the other side of the wire. He suggested the Karaoke Kid.
Does that mean we can expect to hear a song from you today?
96. Reach for 151.
Probably for the best if I leave that side alone.
Poor counting there from Carl
119.
Wilkinson. Doesn't leave himself a finish by using the 19s in that situation. Just gives Reece Colley the luxury of knowing he's going to be coming back.
70. Reach for 132.
After just 12 darts, this is a great response from Reece Colley.
Game shot
He
on the
said he needed
second
to
leg.
respond. He
Reece
said it's
Colley.
getting desperate for him. And then he brings a 14 dart leg to re-break the throw.
Third leg, it's
get
Rhys
this
to throw
back
first.
in his own hands.
2 breaks of throw, as Matt rightly mentions. And Reece Colley with the darts in the third is looking to make a
180.
charge, looking to make a push. And that's the perfect way to do so.
140.
And now the question on everyone's lips is, can he follow up? Can he?
140.
And just as Owen Binks was getting a little bit excited with the 140 call, I thought it was in.
That was Reece Colley's second
120.
180 of the day. That was a feature of his game yesterday. He was the biggest 180 hitter of the day, which wouldn't have been the prediction with James Richardson in the group. 9
145.
180s across his 5 matches yesterday. And this is exceptional darts from Reece Colley. We said we wanted to see more on his front 9, and he's
99.
just
Reach for
scored
36.
pretty much the 501 on his front 9. He wants just 36
Game shot
more,
on the third
and he
leg.
seals it
Reece
with
Colley.
a 10 dart leg, which matches the very best leg of the week so far. We've seen a lot of 11 darters, but we've seen a 10 darter yesterday, and that
Fourth
was
leg,
actually
it's
from
Carl to
Reece
throw
Colley.
first. Game on.
Someone's put 50p into Reece Colley over the last leg and a half.
85. 70.
As I say, he was finding another gear. He then goes and whacks in a 70.
136.
He was averaging in the 70s in his opening game.
60.
Defeats Dan Reed. Really raised that in his second game up to the just shy of a 92. In this one, nearly touching the
81.
95. So he's getting stronger as the day goes on. But he's still searching for those points. He needs to find that secret sauce that
45.
turns playing good darts into wins.
There's meant to be a special McDonald's sauce in there somewhere in Germany, something like
61.
that. I don't know, there's like a special sauce they only have at McDonald's in Germany, and apparently people go over to McDonald's in Germany just to have like a cheeseburger or something like that with that specific
Collie
sauce.
138.
Not heard of that one before.
94.
Don't think I'll be rushing over, though. Oh, Wilkinson's rushing through this leg.
100.
44
Colley
points
require
away
44.
from leveling us up. Turn it into a best of 3.
Game shot
Exactly
the
what
fourth
Carl
leg.
Wilkinson does.
Carl
An 18-dart
Wilkinson.
leg there for Carl Wilkinson to hold his throw. He levels us up at 2 all the way back on throw, and this is essentially the old news of the world format.
Fifth leg,
Now.
it's
We're going
Rhys
best
to
of
throw
3.
first.
And what he's done here, Carl Wilkinson, he's rode out the storm.
91.
There was a couple of legs of chaos, sheer chaos from Reece Colley. 92.1 the average. It was floating around the ton at a time.
136.
But the consistently plateaued average of Carl Wilkinson has carved him open a couple of opportunities.
100. 100.
You mentioned the tortoise and the hare, didn't we? A couple of games ago. And that mantra and that logic could be applied to this particular match.
85.
Now, Carl Wilkinson's consistency could open up the opportunities. He's going to have to find a break of throw in this particular leg. Could do with another treble.
86.
And so the man from Dudley will get 6 from 225. And that's a perfect mark with the first dart. And decides to go for the max.
180.
Gets the max, his second of the game. To leave 45 after 12.
99. Reach required 45.
45, a nice 2-darter. Take your pick. Going 5 for tops.
25.
Misses. The
Colley
45
require
offers
80.
the opportunity. Carl Wilkinson, who will be expecting at least a dart. Should get a dart. Does get a dart.
40.
Misses the dart.
And we head into
Reach required
the
20.
huge moments territory again. Carl Wilkinson's missed a dart for a break of throw. Colley returns for double 10. Has to move across. That first dart's awkward. Even more awkward.
10.
And he moves too far.
Colley require 40.
And so Wilkinson will return for that break of throw to open up a 3-2 lead.
Game
Which
shot the fifth
subsequently
leg.
now gives
Carl
him the
Wilkinson.
darts for the match. And Carl Wilkinson has just been waiting for opportunities. And they've been presenting themselves over the last couple of legs. And now he
Game
finds
on.
himself in a position where he is throwing for a huge victory. It will put him on to 8 points, level with his opponent here.
99.
This is great news if you're Dan Reid as well, who takes on Martin Thomas next.
Things are about to get interesting. All the results that would have really shook up this table seem to be going in at the moment.
140.
Carl Wilkinson can finish the job here with the advantage of throw. And with the advantage on the scoreboard as well.
58.
Got about 130 points. Plus the 3 darts in hand. But that is not
26.
an advantage. The 3 darts in hand has only returned a score of 26.
And so is the tide turning again.
96.
Still a long way back into this for Reece Colley. Going to need a big double treble combo and hope that Carl Wilkinson
140.
will do exactly that.
Well, 140. Colley required 96.
That play there from Reece Colley is questionable. It may be academic. If Carl Wilkinson can take out the double 8 for the match, which he does, and it is a 4-2 victory for Carl Wilkinson, which opens this group right up in turns for qualification from second spot. Let's have a look at the match stats. An 88.47 average for Wilkinson. 2 maximums from Reece Colley, but it's that 2 from 9 on the checkouts, which has ultimately cost him in the end. Carl Wilkinson also had 9 darts of double, but he got 4 of them, and that is why he's the victor in this one. After the break, we're going to see the man at the top of the table, Dan Reid. He takes on Martin Thomas.
welcome back to the MODUS Super Series. Well, another win there for Carl Wilkinson and a disappointing day for Reece Colley. He has now lost 3 from 3 and an average of 89.10, but the doubling was his undoing. Just 2 from 9, a little bit more efficient for Wilkinson. 4 from 9, including a key 96 to get the job done. Well, up next it is Martin Thomas against Dan Reid. Dan Reid, like James Richardson, the only 2 unbeaten players so far today, so a great opportunity in this one against Martin Thomas for Dan Reid to pretty much ensure his place in tomorrow night's final. And they do go in terms of odds: 11 to 10 Thomas, sorry, 10 to 11 Thomas, 4 to 5 for Dan Reid. Let's get the action underway with Owen Binks and in commentary Matthew Edgar and Harry Deacon.
Chris, thank you very much indeed. Win and you are in. That will be what Dan Reid is thinking at this particular moment in time, and I bet he'll be glad that those 2 deflecting off each other in the practice darts and not in the main game itself.
This one's going to get interesting. Then, like I say, the next sort of half an hour, I think, is going to really dictate the fate. Certainly for Dan Reid, who probably just 1 win away now, but he's going to be up against it here. Martin Thomas also has the advantage of throwing first in this one. Dan Reid did win the game between the 2 yesterday with a 4-2 victory. Went 2-0 down in that one, but then found a 1-2-1 and a 130 finish on the bullseye.
First, it's Martin to throw
Ended
first.
with 93.29. He was really down in the stats at 2-0 down and then found his very best. But you feel like he's going to need to do it again here.
64.
Martin Thomas is getting into a position he needs points. Lost his last game to Carl Wilkinson 4-1. That would have took Carl Wilkinson out of it, but that victory for Carl and then following that up with Reece Colley's kept Carl in the hunt.
100.
Dan Reid's victory here. He wouldn't have to worry about what's going on underneath him.
82.
He would join Lisa Ashton. Would effectively join Lisa Ashton
100
in tomorrow night's final, which will be live from 10 p.m. So please do join us for that. We will have a audience every Saturday night here at the Super Series. And if you want to join the darting fun here in Portsmouth, head over to dartshop.tv where you can find out more information and obtain tickets to join us for Saturday night's finals here at the Super Series. We've got the
140
rest of this phase up to week 12 available to purchase. So please do join us. Well, Dan Reid here in the opening leg has led 45 after 12 for a potential breaker throw. Tops.
Game shown the first.
Excellent from Dan Reid. He loves that breakdown, doesn't he? 5 for either tops or 10s. It works for him again this time round. Gets the breaker throw at the earliest possible opportunity. Leading 1-0. And he can try and stamp his authority all over this game and in turn stamp his authority all over this group.
100.
And secure a place in effect to that final.
We spoke about the bounce back ability of James Richardson to recover from those 5 defeats again yesterday and come back today and be perfect across the board so far. Dan Reid exactly the same. He's looking at top in this group, despite the fact we've seen him on Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday this week in Group A, where he actually propped up the table. He was on the opposite end. He was at the bottom of the table, but Chris Mason did allude to at the start of this group that Dan Reid actually was producing the best average of the week. He just wasn't able to convert the wins and ended up
81.
Certainly recovered the situation well here.
I feel like he's getting better as each day goes on. And if that trajectory continues, then that could well be a danger come tomorrow night. He's got to get there first. He's got to automatically qualify, but he's put himself in a marvellous position to do so.
140.
You sense he's on the verge.
Showing us some signs of some special stuff today.
140. Daniel required 95.
120, 101 finish, 80% on the doubles in the opening game. Could be a 15 darts.
59.
Well,
Martin,
Thomas will be
require
happy with
83.
15 darts. That would be a breaker throw for Martin Thomas, and it would level up the game. Going to get 2 darts at the double 16.
Game shot
And
the
he
second
takes
leg.
the double 16 with the
Martin
second dart in
Thomas.
hand. It's an 83 finish from Martin Thomas and a 15 dart leg. It is one apiece. It is one apiece on the breaks
Martin
of
to
throw.
first. Game on.
Martin Thomas throwing first now. Try and play himself into contention for Saturday's final.
And some really good stuff as well
41.
from both players. Both come out the stall superbly. Trading blow for blow.
97.
Dan Reid averaging a shade under a ton. Martin Thomas is average dipped as a result of the last visit, but it's going to come up significantly now.
140.
Martin Thomas was knocking on the door of his own PDC Tour
59.
card this year. Finished third on the Challenge Tour last year. Just one place outside those automatic places for the Tour card spots.
100.
Was a position that saw him get into the UK Open, where we've seen him a couple of times now.
100.
Just when you finish third, probably the most painful position to be in when you're just one away. You sort of count up the games that you didn't win.
180.
Martin Thomas hits his first 180 of the match. Found quite a few 180s today.
180. Martin, you've recorded
Snap.
40.
But that one from Dan Reid could be academic because Martin Thomas, one dart left at double 10.
20.
And Dan Reid
Daniel
now has an
requires
opportunity
65.
to get what will be the third consecutive breaker throw in this match. But
25.
he has missed the big number, and
Martin,
Thomas
you've required 20.
will return for double 10. Easy for me to say. And not so easy for Martin Thomas to hit.
Game shot in the third.
But the double
leg.
5 is.
Martin
And that's
Thomas.
the first holder throw we've seen in this game thus far. And it sees Martin Thomas open up a 2-1 lead on Dan Reid,
Fourth leg, it's Dan to throw first.
who should have had a dart himself for a third consecutive break.
96. $81.
There were a couple of 180s in that last leg. Martin Thomas
45.
with a little bit of a feature for him. He got 8 180s yesterday. He's already on 5 now for the day. Make that 6.
180.
Is it 2 180s now in this game? 2 180s in the match before against Carl Wilkinson. He hit 2 in the match before that against Alan Tabern as well. So
100.
we did say when his dart lies in the bottom of the bed, we expect a little bit more from him. 140s and 180s. He's certainly
85.
saw him at Lakeside as well. When we talk about the achievements that he's had. Beat Josh Richardson in his opening game there. The son of
85. Martin, you've recorded
James Richardson, who we'll see again in a couple of games' time, where we actually play Martin Thomas. Could Dad get a bit of revenge for his son?
Retribution, and I'm sure Josh is tuning in to us this lunchtime. If you are, warm welcome to you, Josh. Thank you for your
72.
company. But eyes firmly focused on the battle between Thomas and Reid, where the Welshman has 83
Martin, you've recorded 83.
after 12 for what would be a third break in 4 legs would be a good one for Martin, because it would put him within 1 of the match, and we'd have the darts in the next double 9.
65. Daniel require 82.
But Dan Reid will return for 82 to hold his throw. 1 dart at
42.
tops comes and goes. So Martin Thomas
require 18.
will return for double 9 for the break, and a 3-1 lead, and to put himself within 1 of victory against Dan Reid. It would put him on to 10 points. It would put him in a position where he would go second in the group, and would also put him within a couple of points of Dan Reid at the top, tellingly as well. And is going about his business nicely.
One of the things that we can say about these groups this week is they've been very unpredictable. Group A going to the biggest outsider in the group, Lisa Ashton taking that one, going straight through to finals. Group B that comes back tonight, that's a take your pick. Any one of 4 could be
95.
taking that one. And if Martin Thomas takes this one, going to shake the table up even further. He'll certainly be the most popular player in the practice room at the moment. Just keeping that position that Dan Reid's occupying open to a couple of players.
58.
He'll be wanting to do it in a way that gives him the biggest leg difference as well. Dan Reid's leg difference is quite healthy. Martin can take 3 away from that column here. Takes away that little bonus point that the legs give you.
To leave double 14 after 12 for the match.
Well,
I think in that situation, yeah, try and go for the maximum. Just try and make Martin Thomas feel a little bit, because Owen Binks would shout the big 180 call for the match. Double 14.
14.
And it goes inside.
Daniel requires 66.
But yet another break in this game. 11 for tops.
46.
Drags just below. And so Martin Thomas returns for the match.
14.
But it is right down at the bottom of the board at double 7. And it sneaks into the top right-hand corner. And Martin Thomas now has put himself in a superb position to qualify for tomorrow night's finals, beating Dan Reid by 4 legs to 1 with an average of 92.85, 4 from 13 on the checkouts, and 3 maximums in that match as well. Congratulations to him on that victory. After the break, we're going to see Reece Colley in action. He's going to get his first victory of the day as he takes on Alan Tabern.
Good afternoon and welcome back to the MODUS Super Series. Well, a big win there for Martin Thomas. Also 3 180s en route. Let's have a look at the stats. 92.85 for Thomas, 92.3 for Dan Reed. There was 4 180s in the match, 3 to Thomas, 1 to Dan Reed, 4 from 13, and still with an average of 92.85 with 9 darts missed. Add a double, high finishes of 83 for Thomas, 45 for Dan Reed. So let's have a look what that does to the table. And Martin Thomas up into a qualifying position. All the players, as you can see, all have 2 more matches to go. So a possibility of 6 points available. And remember, it is only the top 2 that will join Group A winner Lisa Ashton and the top 3 from tonight's Group B. Up next, it is Alan Tabern against Reece Colley. Neither player with a win so far today. Incredible considering the days they had yesterday. When they did meet yesterday, it was Alan Tabern who got the win 4-1. Well, they go 4-5 and 10-11 respectively in this match. Well, this one is definitely a splinters one for me. I can't pick a winner after what we've seen so far today. Owen Binks is on stage with the players. Our referee is ready, and our comms team of Matthew Edgar and Henry are ready in comms.
Chris, thank you very much indeed. Huge game coming up here for Reece Colley. Fantastic day on Thursday, winning 4 from 5, but he hasn't won any of his first 3 today. So if he's going to harbour hopes of progressing through to tomorrow night's final, you sense he's going to have to beat Alan Tabern here.
I think the biggest concern at the moment for Reece Colley is that legs column as well. He took that heavy defeat 4-1 to James Richardson earlier on today, and his leg column's now down to just +1. If he loses this, he's guaranteed to be at least reset on 0. Alan can dish out a 4-2 and push him into those negative legs. That could be the end for Reece Colley.
94.
Only 4 points left to play for. And if we don't take the 2 in this one, can only reach 10 points.
100.
And the leg difference will not be in his favour. Carl Wilkinson and Martin Thomas both on +4s at the moment. Martin Thomas
140.
is just 1 game away from taking it away from Reece Colley.
53.
And this is what's so gripping about these 2-day groups is a player who plays so well on the opening day then has
59.
a poor start to the second, and suddenly overnight, where they would have felt so good about themselves and their chances of progressing through,
41.
suddenly get nervous, and when you see the chasing pack begin to catch up to you, you can sometimes panic.
60.
Well, Reece Colley yesterday averaged 87.64 across all of his matches. 9 180s. Significantly better
100. Reach for 148.
for the whole season so far.
Double 14.
Game
4-1, 4-8 for Reece Colley. What a way to start the match. A sporting acknowledgement from Alan Tabern.
Second against Alan to throw first.
In a game which we've said he's got to win. That finish will give him an almighty boost of confidence.
60.
When we get to this point of the day, it is knockout darts.
140.
Knockout blows from Reece Colley so far. 148. The finish in the opening leg. That is 3
81.
140s already, and we've only just got past the opening leg.
140.
Make that another. 2 140s in each of the 2 legs so far.
140.
And Alan Tabern will join the 2 treble party here.
49.
And despite hitting the 2 140s, that slip in the treble 3 has opened it up for Alan Tabern. Or it did open it up for Alan Tabern if he could have got a big visit there. Reece Colley gave him a gift. And he handed it straight back.
132.
Last visit, I gave you my darts. For the very next throw, I gave it away.
100. Rhys
is coming as we discussed yesterday.
Game shot on the second leg.
Colley is coming up the table.
Reece Colley.
There's a second leg on the board, and more importantly, a breaker throw. It took him just 15 darts.
Third leg, it's Rhys to throw first.
And he's responding. We're all doing our jobs here. In the commentary booth, we need to ask the questions, and on the stage, they need to give us the answers.
140.
Reece Colley is coming up with every single answer to every single situation at the moment. 5 in the 140 column.
85.
Just running away with this one.
We are the Bradley Walsh to the Anne Hegarty's here.
180.
And the chase is on for Reece Colley to try and qualify through Group C.
A player who came in today thinking he was going to get through to Saturday, and then losing 3 matches in a row.
145.
To then produce this level of performance is absolutely incredible. This leg has been 140, 180, 145.
Reach required 36.
He's on for a 10-darter.
Game
excellent for Reece Colley, and the average is 112.72. It's absolutely superb from Chaos.
Fourth leg, it's
causing
Alan to
chaos.
First.
And he's gone from a 4KA to a Ferrari in this game.
140.
The best leg of the week so far has been a 10-dart leg.
140.
3 times.
Have a look at that, 114.63. The record average is 118. Jason Askew got that right at the very beginning in the previous studio. And if Reece Colley could get a potential 10-dart leg here,
140.
He may be able to break that record.
140.
We're getting carried away with Reece Colley here.
100, Alan, you require 81.
On throw has hit 3 140s. He's providing a bit of resistance.
41. Reach for 121.
Well, this would finish the performance of the week. But it's a rare slip in this game from Reece Colley.
Alan, you require 40.
And despite his dominance, Alan Tabern has stuck in there and has earned this opportunity.
Game shot
and merited the leg.
Alan Tabern
keeps himself in the match, but Reece Colley has the darts in the 5th to seal a 4-1 victory. It wouldn't just be 2 points on the board, it would be +3 in the legs difference bracket if he can get it done here. And he's back in the lipstick again.
180.
Sometimes words just doesn't do it justice.
60. 100.
This is an absolute privilege to watch, privilege to commentate on. I hope you're enjoying this.
60.
Wherever you're tuning into us from. This is a statement performance.
131.
It's reactive. 3 defeats. He lost 4-2 to Dan Reed. He lost 4-1 to James Richardson. He lost 4-2 to Carl Wilkinson. And then he comes on the stage. He's looking at getting this wrapped up. Does have the luxury of time.
50.
Alan Tabern way back on 3-2-1. Probably feel he's got at least 6 darts on here, Reece Colley, to get this wrapped up. Leaves double top after just 12 darts.
140. Rachel required
Will
40.
be 6.
Go.
Doesn't need 6, he just needs a 3. And Reece Colley wraps up an absolutely exceptional performance there. A 4-1 victory over Alan Tabern, and just look at those stats. The eye is obviously drawn to the 110.37 average, but 8 140 plus shots in just 5 legs of darts, along with the 2 180s, the 148 out. That was absolutely exceptional from Reece Colley, who moves up onto 10 points and also strengthens his leg difference.
Good afternoon and welcome back to the MODUS Super Series, and that was a super performance from Reece Colley. Let's have a look at the stats. They make wonderful reading. Reece Colley absolutely smashes his previous best here by some 14 points. 110.37 the average, 2 180s, 8 140s, a high out of 148, 50% on the doubles. Well, the record was up for the offering there. Let's have a look at the table. And it was a needed win for Reece Colley. He goes back into second spot with Martin Thomas, both on 10 points, both on +4, but Martin Thomas with a game in hand, of course. Up next, it is James Richardson against Martin Thomas. And Martin will be hoping for a similar result as yesterday, as he won that tie 4-0. They go 4-6, Martin Thomas, and 11-10, James Richardson. Owen Binks and the players are ready on stage. In our commentary box is Matthew Edgar and Henry Deacon.
Thank you very much, Chris. Martin Thomas against James Richardson up next for us. And for Martin Thomas, he seems to have the eye for victories against the Richardsons. He's won 3 out of 4 against James, including victory in yesterday's encounter. And he also beat James's son, Josh, in a qualification match for the 2022 WDF World Championships. So on that logic, it may well be a Thomas victory. But Richardson will be hoping to win not just for himself, but perhaps for his son, and some retribution for that lakeside encounter.
James to throw first. Game on.
I've said all day that Martin Thomas was a eye catcher yesterday for me. And
135.
playing to that sort of vein of form. Kicked off the day with a victory over on the Tabern. We saw him in that great performance last time out, beating Dan Reed. 4 legs to 1. 3 180s in that. Really got his scoring boots and power on. Did see him get defeated
21.
by Carl Wilkinson. 4 legs to 1. But it's now or never.
26.
Martin Thomas.
Well, we're getting some more nicknames come through. That's the task of the day at
43.
MSS Darts. Please do send them through. What would be my darting nickname? Please keep them clean. That would be much appreciated.
75.
I've had a couple of suggestions of Henry the Beacon Deacon.
Don't think we're going to get anything better than the
140.
Hoover. I think the Hoover's winning the day.
In fairness, it'd be very appropriate because we're both full of hot air.
56. $81.
How often do we see that when you miss by a long way, then your next dart goes straight in the target? Well, Thomas not getting too many in the target
James
in this
require
opening leg,
81.
offering James Richardson the chance to hold his throw with ease. 81 with 6 darts in hand.
41.
He tees it up. The tops. Been trying to tee that up all day long, so going to be in preferred territory.
140.
with 3 darts in hand.
James require 40.
Hold his throw.
And the way his darts lie, well, I was going to say, if you can get one just above the wire, that would be perfect. That's the worst dart you could have possibly thrown. Double 19 from one end of the board to the other. It doesn't matter.
Richardson.
From the north to the south, James Richardson gets the double in the end. I suppose we could call it a double-double out. He leaves Martin Thomas 1-0.
I was just about to pick up on you saying from the north to the south. James Richardson from Northamptonshire. I was just about to put in a Southampton comment and then realise we're no longer there.
58.
Careful saying that around these parts. Have Northampton ever lost 9-0?
60.
I'd imagine many a times.
Play at 6 Fields. Once upon a time, home at Coventry City for a couple of years. Anyway, talking about Northampton Town means we're talking a load of copplers.
60.
And just when I thought we couldn't lower the bar any further, the Hoover
98.
brings us down another level.
I am like a limbo dancer, always bring the bar down.
70.
Well, Thomas has brought the bar down on his performance. 92.85 in the last game, 86 and 88.
100.
Casting my eye over to yesterday's Stats is on an 88 there for yesterday, so it's actually improved today until this game.
194.
Trying to work out an opportunity here to try and leave a finish, but he's going to need to be perfect, and that is not perfect. He's offered the opportunity of the breaker throw here for James Richardson, who, like we said, could be looking for a little bit of
140.
Richardson retribution.
And it has been oh so comfortable
95
for Richardson thus far.
50.
Tops, he loves it at the top end of the board. Now along for double 10. Now, is that dart at the single 10
on the second
a help or hindrance?
James
it
Richardson.
Turned out to be a help, and James Richardson is 2-0 up in next to no time at all. It's a game that's yet to really catch fire.
Delegates James to throw first. Game on.
Let's see what leg 3 is going to bring. We've got some more nicknames coming
45.
through. Jamie Durrant has been in contact with us today, and he says, see, I find it hard not to have a little bit of a chuckle when I read these out.
100.
Heavy DEFCON Deacon.
Must be a fan of computer games.
Call of Duty.
140.
Damon Darts has said, Henry Will Gone Kid Deacon, brackets blue.
30.
Someone was going to mention it at some point, weren't they?
60.
We just close the poll now. Nothing's getting past the Hoover.
98.
Yeah, nothing is getting past the Hoover, which may give some of you a crumb of comfort.
58.
And importantly, this is a performance from Martin Thomas, which could have came at the worst possible time.
120.
Because he's made some significant headroom. In terms of the group,
60. Martin, you've
especially Reece Colley
153.
getting that victory against Alan Tabern in the last game. It makes things very interesting. Dan Reid will just enjoy every
60.
single second of this.
James, you've got 138.
Martin Thomas might not be finding his best darts in this one. He's certainly let the performance dip. But with James Richardson only averaging 77, despite the 2-0 scoreline, if he can find
Martin, you
anything
require
like
93.
he found in his game with Dan Reid when he averaged just a section shy of 23, 93. Could easily claw this back.
37.
Might be
James, you require 80.
hard to claw it back though if James Richardson takes his 80. I think our first start was at tops. It could be a hindrance,
Game
but it's not. He's come right around
James
it. He shuffled
Richardson.
right over to the edge of the hockey. Could barely get him in the camera shot. And he gets it over the top of those two and finds the tops.
First.
3-0
Game
to
on.
James Richardson. Martin Thomas needs to win every leg from here.
And in fairness to Richardson, okay, the scoring phase of this game hasn't been the greatest, but in terms
100.
of the doubling statistics, he's 3 from 5. So when presented with the opportunities at a double, by and large, he is taking them. But for both players, it's been this
100.
phase of the game which has caused them great concern.
83. $41. 45. 140.
James Richardson making a move 4-0 defeat here for Martin Thomas. It'd be disastrous.
81.
Completely wipe out his legs column. With only 1 game left to go. 2 more points on the line. Only 4 more legs on the line. This couldn't have come at a worse time.
32.
It's an ideal slip.
James, you require 120.
He's in the 160, but much easier task for James Richardson, just needing the 1 treble. Martin Thomas will come onto that target, needing 2 trebles for the tops.
160.
Won't find it, offering James Richardson what should be 2 match
95.
darts.
James, you require 60.
To seal a 4-0 victory for yet another victory. He's unbeaten so far today. 1 dart left.
50.
Goes inside and Thomas returns. He puts his darts in his pocket. He thought it was all over. 46 remaining.
Was he putting his darts away, thinking the day was over?
Game shot on the 4th leg.
That leg is over.
Martin Thomas.
Incredible 65 finish. After missing the 25, he had to recover with the single for the double, and he does
James
so perfectly there. But does that give you an indication into where Martin Thomas is at the moment? He's only averaging 71.
It was almost as if he was ready just to get off the stage and get ready for the next match, wasn't it? That was what it felt like for Martin Thomas.
100.
He doesn't have a big break. He's only got 1 game, and then he's back on to play Reece Colley in what?
100.
Probably.
Effectively a shootout, isn't it?
It depends on the result of this one, really, because if James Richardson takes this,
85.
Carl Wilkinson has got 2 opportunities. He's got Dan Reed and Alan Tabern still to go, so Carl Wilkinson could swamp the field.
140.
So Carl Wilkinson right now is probably a James Richardson fan, as is Dan
60.
Reed and probably Reece Colley as well.
James, you've got
James Richardson has
161.
found himself 3 new fans.
$63.
Good last dart. Thomas isn't on a finish now, but the way that first dart lied, he should very much find himself on one and find himself on a handy one. This leg isn't over yet. This match may not be over yet. And Martin Thomas
58. Martin
has carved
76.
open an opportunity for himself. This would be for a big break.
62.
But he's now acquiring
James,
snookers.
40.
He's acquiring a miss from James Richardson.
Game shot on the match.
And Richardson will
James
not miss.
Richardson.
And he beats Martin Thomas by 4 legs to 1. That could be a hammer blow for the Welshman. It wasn't the greatest game in terms of averages. 4 from 10 on the checkouts of Richardson. It was 3 from 5 at one stage, but it's Richardson who picks up the points. In a crazy, crazy week for him. He's had an unbeaten day thus far. We're going to take a short break. This could be a big game upon our return. It's Carl Wilkinson up against Dan Reed.
Good afternoon and welcome back to the MODUS Super Series. Well, James Richardson makes it 4 out of 4, and how costly will that defeat be for Martin Thomas? Let's have a quick look at the table and see what damage has been done. As you can see, James Richardson 4 from 4, moving on to 8 points. Incredibly, now ahead of Alan Tabern. Dan Reid, who is up next, still tops the table, but a chance for Carl Wilkinson to close the gap and join Reece Colley, Martin Thomas, all on 10 points. Remember, it is the top two. The last time these two met, Carl Wilkinson and Dan Reid, was yesterday afternoon, well, yesterday morning, and it was Dan Reid who just edged it out 4-3. He is the 8-13 favourite for this tie. Carl Wilkinson priced up at 6-5. Well, I think the players are pretty much ready and on stage with Owen Binks, and it is Matt and Henry in comms.
Thank you very much, Chris. Dan Reid is in the position that he would have dreamt of yesterday morning to get himself into tomorrow night's final. He'll do so with victory here against Carl Wilkinson, the 38-year-old from Barnsley. The sword. Up against Dan Reid. Dan the man, age 24, from Thatcham. Former semi-finalist on the Challenge Tour. Victory here for Dan will progress him through to tomorrow night's final. He'll join Lisa Ashton, who has had a chat with Phil Bars early on this morning. You can catch that on our YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe for that. We've got plenty of content coming up from inside these four walls.
Okay, first look, it's Carl to throw first. Game on.
I feel like Dan just needs to read the situation here and know that a victory is all he needs. No more leg counting, just get the 2 points.
And as you mentioned,
66.
one thing darts players may not always be the best at is thinking. Dan Reid doesn't have to think. Win and you are in. It is as simple as that.
43.
But that can also lead to a little bit of tension.
Oh, Wilkinson. 2 games still to go.
140.
This is still the 4th round of fixtures. Carl Wilkinson teases us with 180. Doesn't hit many 180s.
34.
Hasn't hit any today.
$100.
Yeah, a couple of 180s, but when I say a couple, I literally mean a couple. 2 180s yesterday. Yeah, it's got a couple of 177s and 174s. Likes to switch around the board a little bit. But 2 180s in. This is now his 9th game.
59.
As you mentioned, does like to move across the board. Spotter's nightmare, that.
$59. Carly back 136.
It'll be all about the treble 20s. There'll be no movement here if he got the first treble. Along for double 8, it would have been
77.
Went for the single 19 there, which had teed him up on tops, but might just come out of the hand a little bit. Skew whiff, and he's missed the board.
140.
Well, he's just gone back to the table and he's
59.
wiped his hands with the towel. Tops.
Game shot in the first.
But it doesn't matter. It's all academic in the end. Carl
Wilkinson
Wilkinson gets the opening leg on the board. Sweaty palms, no problem.
Second against Dan to throw first.
Some people would call that a hand towel.
60.
Some people call it a bath sheet. Those hand towels for Carl Wilkinson must be quite sizable. As we've mentioned, he does have gigantic hands.
100.
Probably needs to use one of the tables that the crowd will be using tomorrow night.
100.
Put his towel on. Audience join us tomorrow.
44.
as a player, how often do you go back and just dry your hands out? Because on the stage, you're naturally going to get sweaty palms. Is it something that happens every couple of legs, something like that for the common fan, a bit like myself, who perhaps doesn't look at those traits so often?
All comes down again. That's more of an individual question.
39.
Everyone will be slightly different with that. Some people get a little bit sweaty. Some people don't. I'm certainly one of those that don't like to be over there too much. I just rest my case there. Very rarely, especially in these short formats, pick up
174. Danny,
the
120.
cold bottles, so you get a little bit of moisture on the outside of them. That might be what's gone on with Carl Wilkinson when he missed the board there.
Game shot on the second
Reed
leg.
does not miss the
Dan
board.
Reed
Takes out the 120. He has been very good at these combination shots today. He took out a 120 in his opening game, 101.
Look, it's Cole to throw
first. 1-2-1. That adds to that
on.
column of big ton plus finishes for Dan Reed.
But importantly, in the context of the leg, Carl Wilkinson got it done that to leave himself on
140.
Dan Reed then takes out the 120, and it could have completely flipped this game on its head.
100.
All about composure, all about timing, and at the minute, Dan Reed seems to have both in an abundance.
95.
And we mentioned a couple of days ago, Dan Reed's a player who builds his game upon confidence. Doesn't always give it away
140.
in his body language on stage. But if you have a look at his results line, it's something that we're very lucky to get to see here at the Super Series. There tends to be a trend of results where he may win 3 or 4 on the bounce, then lose 3 or 4 on the bounce.
140.
And at this present moment in time, he's feeling good.
Both players will be feeling good. Both players playing good. Both players playing above their weekly stats so far.
121.
This is a break opportunity. Something we've seen Dan Reed take already. He took it out earlier in his game versus Alan Tabern. He replicated the 120.
96.
Can't replicate the 121 this time. Carl Wilkinson, lots to do though. Big job for the big hands. Carl Wilkinson.
60. Danny required 25.
5-10 is Dan Reed's MO on 25.
Game shot on the third leg.
And it works for him again. It's a break of throw. He opens up a 2-1 lead. There's Dan Reed. 2 more legs. We'll see him tomorrow night.
to throw first. Game on.
In front of the crowd.
2 more legs wouldn't just see Dan Reed through to tomorrow night. It would probably be the end of Carl Wilkinson in Group C. He's doing his best to resist this performance from Dan Reed. 90.60 the average. Dan Reed's 93 is enough at the moment to get him the break of throw. As we still wait for the first 180 from Carl Wilkinson of the day, but again finds those big 3 treble combinations.
140.
177 is as good as a max.
Well, yeah, defeat here would eliminate Wilkinson from the running, because what it would mean is our next game on, Martin Thomas against Reece Colley, the pair both on 10 points. That would effectively be a shootout to see who gets themselves into Saturday night's final. One can get on to 12, then Wilkinson's best can only be 10.
54.
Going down the Gerwin-Price way of thinking and getting that treble 19 out of the way. Is he thinking 9 data straight away and trying to put the 4 on the end rather than the 1?
59. Colley 130.
But then there's a danger if it doesn't work out, then you've left yourself a bit stranded.
65 scores. Yeah.
65 left.
98.
Leaves double 16 for a potential 13 data against the throw. Huge moments coming up here for Carl Wilkinson.
Give him the breaker throw back. Level
Game
it back
shot
up again, and that's exactly what Carl Wilkinson does. A 14 darter to get his throw back. He is half away to victory here and keeping himself
fifth leg, it's
in the
Cole
running.
to throw first.
We said he was resisting with that 90 average. He's actually raised it now to a near 95. 94.58 the average. Dan Reed's still kicking along
84.
the same sort of pace, but at the moment it's Carl Wilkinson who's finding that bit extra.
Well, the averages have flipped on its head, hasn't it? Dan Reed was dominating that department. That's now headed the way of
100.
Carl Wilkinson, although that tongue creeps in ever closer.
30.
But a huge opportunity presents itself for Dan Reed against the darts on the back of that 30 score. And he is opening up the door.
100.
A ton will do in this situation. Again, Carl Wilkinson switches down the board.
86.
Surely, because Carl's a quicker thrower, can that disrupt the rhythm somewhat because he's switching all the time?
100.
You tend to find that the quicker players do switch quite a lot around the board.
59.
And I think the pace of this game will be okay. Dan Reed is a little bit more deliberate, but not enough that Carl Wilkinson can make too much note of it. By the time he gets back, Dan Reed's already delivering the first dart. So
105.
as long as he's got his routine set, he should find that he doesn't have too much thinking time. Dan Reed.
41. Daniel Requan, 96.
He's a treble to be able to see this off in this visit. He doesn't have the luxury of time. They need it in this situation.
56.
Good from Dan Reed. He broke the throw and then lost the throw straight away, and he could be about to regain it again. He's left himself tops.
60.
Tops and tens has been good
Daniel
for him. More the
40.
tens.
Game shot on the
Tops
fifth
is
leg.
good for him this time,
Dan
though.
Reed.
One dart in hand is all it takes for Dan Reed. To see that out in 16 darts, Dan Reed now will be throwing first for the match.
Dan to throw first.
And not
Game
only
on.
the win here, but it will confirm his place in Saturday's final.
And it would mean that
100.
our next game, Martin Thomas and Reece Colley would decide second spot. Colley and Thomas both on 10 points. Wilkinson could only get on to 10 points. And obviously the victor of that will get on to 12. That's what's at stake.
125.
The next couple of legs will dictate what we're playing for in the final round of matches in this Group C.
Next game coming your way, Martin Thomas, Reece Colley. Martin Thomas, last defeat.
74.
Richardson's put him out of contention, but Reece Colley, plenty to play for there. Carl Wilkinson, we're playing Alan Tabern, but he's going to need to
42.
get the result in this one, which at the moment is not looking likely, is 100 behind plus what Dan Reed has in his hand. One treble here.
30.
That could not have gone any worse for Dan Reed. Started 6 darts away and stays 6 darts away. Good counting here from Carl Wilkinson.
132.
132, utilising those 18s with the first couple of darts. Allows him the shot of the 170. You will get a go at that. You've seen the 170 already. Justin Smith hitting that earlier in the week.
60. Colley required 170.
And Dan Reed hasn't left this the handiest either. 112 is doable, but
43.
would like to have left a 2-darter
112.
for the match, for qualification.
$48. Colley require 127.
127 for Carl Wilkinson. One of the most famous finishes in the world of darts.
55.
But it will not be completed on this particular occasion.
64.
And so, to qualify for tomorrow night's finals, one dart at double top
44. Colley requires
goes just
72.
underneath the wire. And Carl Wilkinson will return for 72. He knows it has to go 20, but double 16.
56.
And that may have been his
Dan,
last chance come
20.
and gone, because Dan Reid returns for double 10. Double 5.
10.
More mismatched darts.
Colley requires
That's
16.
4 match darts missed for Dan Reid, and Wilkinson returns.
Dan Reid is making an absolute mess of this one. He's on 202 and then only managed to get one dart after 12. But Carl Wilkinson
Daniel required 10.
might have let him off here. It's a long way off for Dan Reid. He's come underneath. From 202 down, Carl Wilkinson back on 302. Dan Reid with the advantage of throw. It has all gone wrong. It took him 11 darts to carve out a dart or double from 202. And then he's just gone and missed 7.
On the sick flag.
Carl Wilkinson gets over the line, breaks the throw in 25 darts, but that's not going to matter for Carl Wilkinson. The most important thing right now is the
from
points.
final leg. It's Carl to throw.
He needs the win to make that game with Alan Tabern vital.
Game on.
Dan Reid has missed 6 darts to win this game. A game that, should he be the victor,
55.
would seal automatic progression through to the finals on Saturday night.
Just got to think Dan Reid
60.
must have the cogs turning in the head there. Got down to 202. 100 points ahead of Carl Wilkinson. 11 darts just to even get a single dart at the double, and then went on to have 7 darts from 40 down. Couldn't convert the chance.
100.
He will be back to play James Richardson, so even if he loses this, he will still have his fate in his own hands.
46.
The last game of the afternoon. Last game of Group C. Dan Reid will have the advantage of throw in that one, unlike in this one. Carl Wilkinson with the advantage of throw and 20 points advantage on the scoreboard as well.
How this
57.
game may have dramatically changed, but no treble there. Gives Dan Reid a chance if he can get another treble alongside that one.
140.
Pick this at your pebble.
40. Dan, you require 141.
Made a bit of a mess of it at the back end. Carl Wilkinson threatening to return the favour.
101.
An amazing
last
start from Dan Reid there to leave himself on his preferred tops. 10 statistically this week has been the better for him.
95. Dan, you require 40.
This is a good breakdown.
Tops.
Game
and
shot
Dan
and the match.
is the man
Dan Reid.
in Group C. He qualifies for tomorrow night's finals here at the MODUS Super Series, courtesy of a 4-3 victory against Carl Wilkinson with an 84.2 average, 4 140 pluses, 4 from 12 on the doubles, the highlight being that 120 finish, which means it all comes down to our next game is Martin Thomas against Reece Colley, which is coming up next.
welcome back to the MODUS Super Series, and Dan is the man as he joins Lisa Ashton in tomorrow night's final. 3 more matches to bring you and plenty to play for, especially in our next match. But let's have a quick look at the stats from the last one, and it is Dan Reid getting the better of Wilkinson. 84.2 the average, but it was a little bit better than that. He scored in total 19 scores of a ton or more, 11 for Wilkinson, but he made a little bit of a mess of leg 6 to get over the line a little quicker. So let's have a look at the table and confirmation of Dan Reid winning this Group C. Reece Colley and Martin Thomas face each other in our next match, and that is a winner-takes-all shootout. The winner of that match will join Dan Reid and Lisa Ashton in the final. Reece Colley won this tie yesterday 4-1 against Martin Thomas, but it's Martin Thomas who is the 8-13 favourite, and it is 6-5. Reece Colley, the players are on stage. Owen Binks is ready, and it's Matt and Henry in comms.
Thank you, Chris. And so it all comes down to this. By the end of this game, we will know the identity of half of the field for tomorrow night's final here at the MODUS Super Series in Week 7. Reece Colley won 4 from 5 yesterday. He was in a comfortable position come the start of play today. Hasn't had the greatest of Fridays here, up against Martin Thomas, who has worked his way into contention and will be a qualifier with victory here. Well, the 50-year-old Welshman up against the man from Dudley, aged 23, nicknamed Chaos.
Okay, first leg, it's Martin to throw first.
And I'm finding it difficult to prize these two apart. Maybe you'd make Martin Thomas slight favourite because he's had the better of the running today.
So at the very start, said all the way through, big fan of Martin Thomas here in Group C. Did expect him to qualify when I came here this morning, but Reece Colley just asks the question with that incredible performance last time out, 110.37 the average. The best we've seen all week so far. 8 times scores above 140 or more, and that does not include the 180s he hit in that leg as well.
140.
Martin Thomas lost his last game 4-1 to James Richardson. That's the one blocked
59
for him today. One of those below par games. But Reece Colley in his last match averaged 110 in that victory against Alan Tabern. It was absolutely superb from him. And he's started in a similar like fashion in this one.
42.
As has Martin Thomas, starting in a similar fashion to his last game.
138.
So the worst performance of him so far with that 76 average, losing 4-1 to James Richardson. Match 10 for these players. The last game of Group C.
68.
And this is an opportunity for a breaker throw.
Game shot
Reece Colley, who since about 12:30 this afternoon has found some inspired darts. A 15 darter there for Reece Colley to break the throw. Carrying on in the same form that he had in match 10. That 110 average over Alan Tabern.
100.
He mentioned earlier that knockout games are what's natural for players. This is a knockout game. Win and you're in.
56.
Lose, you're eliminated from the competition. So for that part, there's no worrying about I have to win 4-1 or 4-2 or 4-3 is not enough, things like that. It is as they know it, as they turn up to competition every weekend, you have to win or otherwise you're eliminated, you're out of the competition. It's their natural darting habitat.
Reece Colley's looking at home
123
at the moment in this one. Martin Thomas needs to find something soon. This leg's almost a write-off for Martin at the moment, with Reece Colley throwing first and 120 points plus these.
Averaging 103 That goes down to 101. On the back of the 110, he is peaked, or looks to be peaking, at the perfect time.
190.
93 to back up the break with a hold, and it will put him halfway there. He could possibly put 1 foot into tomorrow night's final if he nails a double 18. Of course he nails a double 18. And Reece Colley is 2-0 up in next to no time at all, averaging 103.66 after 2 legs. That was a 14 darter. And he's now just 2 legs away from tomorrow night's final. Martin Thomas has it all to do from here.
You don't need to win every single leg. You don't need to win every single match. You don't need to win every single moment. You just need to do the big ones. And Reece Colley has timed this perfectly. A victory over Tabern with the 110 and then over the 100 average again here. Winning the key moments of the day, and you don't have to win the whole race, you just have to cross the line first.
And key as well is after the first couple of games, he could have easily got himself despondent, and it could have been a ripple effect. But credit to him, he's gone back to the practice room, he's regathered his thoughts, and he's recaptured that form which saw him win 4 from 5 yesterday.
I wouldn't even say just recapture, 60. He's found an extra. He's found a turbo, he's found a new level. Because this is beyond what we've seen from him before.
140.
He's halfway the Saturday night.
55. Martin, you require 78.
However, Martin Thomas can bring it back to 2-1. What would have been a 15 dart leg of his own. He's going to return with Colley back on 2-3-3. Double 12 will see him half the arrears to 2-1, but it's going to be under
135
pressure.
24. Game shot on the 3rd leg. Martin Thomas.
Pressure, what pressure? Martin Thomas, 1 dart straight in the double 12, a 16 darter to hold his throw.
Look, it's Rhys to throw
he's
first.
Going to need to find a break because Reece Colley getting that break early on.
60.
He just needs to hold his throw, and he is in Saturday's final, joining Lisa Ashton and Dan Reid.
140.
And he's made a huge indent into Reece Colley's throw.
131.
Needed that last treble. They're the man from the Midlands. That first dart was a perfect lie.
140.
This is an excellent leg against the darts of Martin Thomas. Back-to-back 140s. He's forcing the issue of Reece Colley here, who raced into a 2-0 lead, plays some superb stuff. But Martin Thomas is doing the right things at the right time. This is inspired for Martin Thomas. Talking about inspiration. Talking about inspiration. The bullseye.
145.
And that would have been an almighty body blow.
141.
Incredible leg of darts from both players.
Game shot
and Martin Thomas, we said he needed to find something, and he does with 11 darts. 140, 140, 180, 41 out in 2. Reece Colley did all he could.
Martin to throw first.
131, a 140, and then wiring that 170 with a 145.
Game on.
But Martin Thomas has brought this back onto throw. He's brought his average up above the 93 mark. Reece Colley still over the 100. This is a quality game of darts with everything riding on it.
46.
But is that a slip? After working so hard to get back in the match, and I think he may just get away with this one.
57.
He will. But credit to Martin Thomas, because at 2-0 down, Reece Colley was racing away with the game. He's just stuck in there, found a gear.
100.
You could possibly argue he's making a case to be the favourite for the match.
You asked there if that was a
slip.
100. Then we can call it an opportunity. Then we can only really call it a slip if the opponent makes it a slip. That's the beauty of head-to-head darts. Sometimes you can get away with a bit of a mistake and it doesn't really affect the game too much, and that's what's happened in this one. Recovered the situation well.
83.
Reece Colley hasn't really drove home that opportunity. Didn't turn it into a slip. Didn't turn it into something Martin's regretting.
60.
And a two-treble visit here could make things very, very interesting.
125. Martin,
Very
170.
interesting. Colley missed the ball for this in the last leg. Thomas won't get a poke at it in this.
96. Rhys
Huge last dart there from Martin Thomas. Gives himself the 2 dart possible out. Should expect a dart of the double if, and he has missed the 1-3-6. So from 2-0 down.
125. Martin,
Facing a trip up the
74.
motorway this evening. He's facing a dart at tops. Be a leg away from Saturday night's final.
34.
How key a moment could that
11.
be? Martin Thomas has missed a dart, a double top to go 3-2 up. And now Reece Colley will have 2 darts at double 4. Now double 2.
9.
And now he's missed darts to go 3-2 in front.
Martin,
He's handed the initiative
40.
back to Martin Thomas. 3 darts at tops.
Game
Clean
shot
bit to
the
aim at.
fifth leg.
Gets it first dart.
Martin
And it is he
Thomas.
who is on the hill. It is he who is a leg away from the final tomorrow night. Reece Colley had his opportunities to go one away. He couldn't take them. He has the throw in the 6th to stay in the match and to stay in contention.
Reece started the day with 3 consecutive match defeats. He's now just had 3 consecutive leg defeats.
58.
We know how he responded to losing those 3 matches. Came back with 110. Gonna go back to the well.
82.
See what's there. See what's in the locker.
And in this situation, it's easier said than done.
78. 140.
But he's given himself a sizable lead in this 6th leg to get himself level, and then we'll be faced with a 1-leg shootout to see who will be the 2nd qualifier from Group C this week.
If it does go that way, which is looking more likely with every dart that has thrown.
100.
I think the key bit of information there is the 10 matches and all these legs. Martin Thomas will have the darts in his hand.
164. Reach require 82.
Class. In case the 82 doesn't go. 1 dart at tops is all Reece Colley needs. And both players are within 501 points from Saturday night's final. Only one can qualify. It's Martin Thomas who has the advantage of throw in this 7th and deciding leg. Who's joining Dan Reed and Lisa Ashton for the final tomorrow night, where the winner will scoop a £5,000 top prize. It's a ton start for Thomas.
And that's what Martin will be thinking. He'll be thinking a treble, a throw.
44.
Try and get down in 15 will be the target. If Reece doesn't hit trebles, he will get more. But this is fantastic from Martin Martin Thomas. His 6th 140. What a time to do so.
99.
And it puts him 6 darts away. 1, 2, 6, 1.
91.
And he leaves himself on the big fish.
Great thinking there as well from Martin to use the 17s. So it always meant they could switch back to the 18s with that treble 20 being blocked. This is a match shot, but I don't think he'd go for it if he does get the trebles, which he doesn't, so we'll never know, but it's a set-up shot.
98.
He should get at least a match dart. What Reece does here is vital. He needs to use the 18s. He's just offered 6 darts for Martin.
72.
One dart at double top to qualify for the finals.
32.
But he will return for it with Reece Colley back on 206. All he can do is apply pressure. He may as well go for the lot here. Moves across for the Dundas.
Martin, you required 40.
But Thomas returns for tops.
Game,
And Martin Thomas makes the finals here at the MODUS Super Series. He joins Dan Reid and Lisa Ashton in our finale tomorrow evening from 10 p.m. And this is how he did it, with a free dart average of 90.33, one maximum, the solitary maximum in the match, 6 140 pluses and 4 from 8 in the checkout. That is where the game has ultimately been won and lost. 50% for him. He is through. He's qualified for tomorrow night's finals. He joins Dan Reid. He joins Lisa Ashton. When we return, it's a final foray for the week for Alan Tabern and Carl Wilkinson.
Good afternoon and welcome back to the MODUS Super Series. Well, that game didn't disappoint. Let's have a look at the stats. And although Reece Colley averaged 96.63, it was Martin Thomas that got the better of him in the decider. He averaged 90.33 in a real high scoring encounter. 4 out of 8 for Thomas was just enough to get the win and guarantee his place in tomorrow night's final. Let's have a quick look at the updated table. And as you can see, confirmation, Dan Reid joins Lisa Ashton in tomorrow night's final. And with that win, Martin Thomas will also be there. Of course, we'll find out the final 3 players to make up the 6 in tonight's Group B. Up next, it is Alan Tabern against Carl Wilkinson. And Carl won this tie 4-1 yesterday. He's been quoted at 10-11, 4-5 about Alan Tabern. There is one more match to bring you after this one, where we'll see the winner of Group C, Dan Reid. He will be facing James Richardson in the final match of this session. But don't forget, we are back at 10 p.m. tonight to conclude Group B. Well, I think Owen Binks is ready and the players are ready on stage. So I will hand over to our commentary team of Matthew Edgar and, first of all, Henry Deacon.
Thank you very much, Chris, and many, many congratulations goes to Dan Reid and Martin Thomas for qualifying for tomorrow night's finals. They join Lisa Ashton, who won Group A on Monday, Tuesday and Wednesday. None of the remaining players in this match, Alan Tabern and Carl Wilkinson, can qualify. Dan Reid has won the group outright. James Richardson will also be eliminated come the end of his final game. So what we do hope is that now these players are playing with a little bit of freedom. We may see some good stuff from them. There's no pressure, no tension.
60.
They can just go up and enjoy their arrows.
We'll be casting an eye on the James Richardson game as well to see if he can turn his fate around. He lost all 5 games yesterday. He's 1 game away from winning all 5 today, which would be the ultimate bounce-back ability. Jared Cole in the same position. You'll see him tonight in Group B. He lost all 4 of his games last night, but Group B is slightly different. We get 3 positions available from the 5, which means, unlike James Richardson, who with a clean sweep is not able to recover his situation, Jared Cole can recover his situation. We've seen David Pallett do that in the past. David Pallett in the lineup tonight, currently sat on 4 points, the same as Graham Usher. Justin Smith and Nick Kenny both in that group as well tonight. That has got really tight and tense, and Jared Cole actually starts the night against Graham Usher, and if he can get a victory, he could do a bit of a James Richardson.
If he wins his first 2 matches tonight, I think he'll be back in contention if results go his way. That's the other thing. It's not just the fact that he's got to win matches. He's got to hope that certain situations also go his way. The fact that it's quite a congested-looking group may help him a little bit. He's going to need a slip up from someone along the line, that's for certain. But if he can win his first 2, maybe you force the error from 1 or 2 above.
Well, leg differences are not in his favour. And Nick Kenny will have to play Justin Smith, who are both on 6 points, which means one of them will reach 8. 8 points is the most Jared Cole can get. So 3rd place is probably the best he can do, but 3rd place would be enough to join Dan Reid and Lisa Ashton.
84.
Martin Thomas as well.
So Alan Tabern on 46 to win the opening leg here with the throw.
Alan, you require 46.
Tops. Double 10.
26.
There it goes, a banger for Alan Tabern, and Carl Wilkinson returns to 122. Triple 18 for the bullseye.
74. Alan, you require 20.
Will return.
No score.
Slips into the double 15.
Carly require 48.
Bust, so he's got no right to throw the next 2 darts. Carl Wilkinson will be hoping to see this out in 2 darts. 48. 16 for double. 2 8s.
Game shot.
2 8s goes in for Carl Wilkinson.
Carl Wilkinson.
It's a break of throw. 24 darts. It's a leg on the board.
Second leg, it's Carl to throw first.
Got any more nickname suggestions coming through, Henry?
I had a little look.
59.
Let's see what's going through on Twitter at MSS Darts. And you can tweet my handle personally as well if you want. Keep them fun, keep them clean.
140.
I'm getting a lot of shouts for the beacon again. I've got Lord Henry Deacon. No, not for me.
100.
Another shout for the arch.
Any more on the Hoover?
70.
Nothing that I can see yet, but I'll have a little look. I think what we might do for tonight's session is set up a poll. You know, see who
85.
fancies what nickname, and we'll go with that.
I can tell you now, the Hoover will be the clear winner.
99.
I wonder if we've got a Henry Hoover around here. Might be an addition for Consbox Cam if that wins the poll.
81.
Just put it on your chair and take a picture of it later for the socials.
Do a better job on commentary, put it that way.
60.
Thank you for your company throughout the course of the day, if you have been tuning in right from the very start. We return 10 p.m. tonight for the conclusion of Group B. Don't want to miss that.
And like Henry, Alan will be wanting to clean this up.
50. Colley for 135.
That's the closest I've thought about walking up and leaving following a pun this week.
77.
Just in time, but Justin Smith might have been the one. 17 for tops.
Game shot on the second
And
leg.
it's a level game.
Alan
Tabern takes out the 82. 18 darts was required, but it's the breaker throw back, and we're back
So look, it's Alan to throw
level.
first.
Justin Smith will be
Game
playing
on.
tonight, so we can expect some more Justin puns a bit later on.
95.
And we'll definitely have the darts as well. It's going to be a really good group. I think if you've got plans for Friday night, make sure it involves the darts. And don't forget, tomorrow we're going to have a crowd. If you want to be a part of the experience here at the MODUS Super Series, you can. We've got tickets on sale for the finals night, which leads up to the week before the Champions Week. So we've got up to week 12 available. If you head over to dartshop.tv, you can get all the details and information on how you can obtain your tickets to come and have a night
40.
at the Super Series. And I was here on Saturday night for the launch, and it was a really good atmosphere. It was a really, really good evening. You'll really enjoy yourselves if you can get your way down here.
We already know 3 players in the lineup. Martin Thomas, Dan Reed, Lisa
45.
Ashton. 3 more players will be decided tonight. David Pallett will be hoping he stacks up to the task.
98.
Well, we haven't seen a hold yet in this game.
26.
And Alan Tabern
68.
has got the luxury of time to ensure that we do in this, the third leg, but he's strayed into the single one. Went down for 25 for tops.
28.
He could pick his options with Wilkinson back on the Richie Benno score. Chew, chew, chew.
21. Alan, you require 40.
And up for tops for Tabern. Now, if he goes inside the double 10, which he doesn't, there could have been a call to bust the score there, but he doesn't. Tabern opens up a 2-1 lead. It's the first holder throw in this game. Carl Wilkinson has the darts in the fourth.
99.
Okay, I'm back with us now. I've needed a couple of minutes from laughing at my own
44.
jokes.
Commentators are told to do 2 things. Inform, educate, and entertain. And the latter part is a very important part of the commentator's arsenal.
$140.
So we know it's tough times at the minute, so if we can in some way make feel a little bit better about the world, then it is our pleasure.
140.
Good leg this from Alan Tabern, back-to-back 140s.
136.
Just going to double check. Wilkinson still yet to treat us to a 180 today. Could go all the way across the day without a 180. That'd be a rarity. He has had a couple of 177s and 174s.
58.
In the
Alan, you
180 column.
78.
78 for Alan Tabern. To be the best leg of the match so far. Needs tops. See it off in 15 darts.
38.
Comes over the top.
Colley requires 52.
Take your pick. Chooses the 16s.
Game shot on the fourth.
That's
leg.
why he pings it with the first start at the double 16. It's a 52 finish for Carl Wilkinson. It's a holder throw when Alan was threatening to break.
Fifth leg, it's Alan to throw first.
A break opportunity
Game
on
on.
the 78 there. We look to serve it out.
60.
Take your pick. Was that the programme presented by Des O'Connor?
$100.
Trying to overhear the production because I'm not able to add too much to that one.
40. $140.
He's gone for the 180, which is a rarity. He's been switching on those and just over pitched slightly.
140.
The barrel sort of just looks very big. The angle of the entry of the dart, I don't think helps, which is where he gets this switch quite a lot. And that little flick of his body, as if he's trying to dab, is coming back into his
140. Colley Rook 121.
The dab, I haven't heard about that in about 6 years. Both players have fed off of each other here. 140, 140, 140, 140.
53.
In successive visits.
121.
One dart at double 14.
107.
Just inside.
Colley
So
Rook
Wilkinson
68.
returns for 68 for a break of throw and a 3-2 lead. Double 4.
Game shot in the fifth leg. Carl Wilkinson.
And importantly, it's a break of throw for Carl Wilkinson. And even more importantly, he now has the darts to win the match.
Carl to throw first.
To finish the group
Game
on a
on.
high. To finish with a flourish, most importantly.
The advantage of throw hasn't really been much of an advantage in this one. Not many holds a throw here.
92.
You see the arm coming out again at the side with a little twist in the body at the end of the throw. Trying to do the Diogo Portela.
140.
Saw him here last week. Made it through to finals night. Was the first player to grace the stage alongside Martin Adams.
140.
Here at the Modus Live Lounge. A little bit of history which can never be taken away from him.
60.
Needs to think.
102.
Thinks well. Uses the 25 and the ball to leave himself the 167. Tabern with lots of work to do.
97. Colley Rook 167.
Gives himself 6 darts at this. I reckon he's going to go for it. I reckon he'd have gone for the bull in that situation if he'd have got the treble 19.
82.
Give us a champagne finale.
Why not? In this situation,
60.
darts is meant to be fun.
Colley Rook 85.
And Carl Wilkinson will feel the joys if he can take out this 85 for the match. 2 darts at tops.
45. Alan, you require
But
144.
2 well-thrown darts. Neither find the double. And what a way this would be to take us to a decider just above the wire. So Carl
96.
Wilkinson will return for tops.
Colley require 40.
3 darts in hand. Give yourself 2 more points on the board. I'll just make prettier reading for Carl Wilkinson, and that it will do. Carl Wilkinson ends Alan Tabern's week after 25 matches. We have seen Alan Tabern. That should shake the ring rust off. We'll see what comes next for Alan Tabern, but it's a 4-2 victory for Carl Wilkinson. 78.49, the average was enough. We've got 1 more game left in Group C. That'll be Dan Reid against James Richardson.
Good afternoon and welcome back to the MODUS Super Series. A good win in the end there for Carl Wilkinson. finishing his campaign on a high. If you would like to attend on Saturday nights, tickets are free. You just have to register your interest at dartshop.tv or follow all the information on our social medias, which is at MSS Darts. Well, one more match to bring you this afternoon in Group C, and it is our winner of Group C in action, Dan Reid, facing James Richardson, who is looking to bounce back in some style. He left himself way too much to do after yesterday's campaign, where he lost 5 out of 5. Currently, he is on 4 out of 4. So I think the players are ready. Owen Binks is on stage. Our commentators are ready. Let's hand over to Matthew Edgar and Henry Deacon.
And it's tungsten time, Chris, in our final match of our daytime session. James Richardson up against Dan Reid. It's a victory lap of honour for Dan the man after topping Group C following that victory last time out in a 4-3 deciding leg against Carl Wilkinson. He plays James Richardson in this final game. Now he's looking to go 5 from 5 in terms of victory for the day after going 5 from 5 in terms of defeat yesterday. It's been a compelling week, Matthew Edgar, for James Richardson. It's been up and down, up and down. Bit more of an equilibrium. He may have qualified for the finals tomorrow.
Sort of feel as well, this is one of those games that James is going to want to win. We look at the head-to-head record, and Dan Reid has a massive advantage on the head-to-head record and has took a lot of big wins against him recently.
No, first it's Dan to throw first.
We say it's those big wins, those semi-finals, like Dan Reid's had 2 in the ADC, 2 semi-final victories against him recently. They're the ones that you remember the most. Both of those with a big 98 average.
Winner on the ADC tour this year is Dan Reid in the British Championships. And
60.
Let's just quickly reflect on what we have seen in this group today. It's been an interesting session. We've seen some really good stuff from players, and then we've seen some really inconsistent stuff from players. There's nothing inconsistent about that at all. That's the first max of the match. And it falls the way of Dan Reid.
60.
But you look at, in terms of today, some players have put in some really good performances, and then there's been some average stuff. It's been hard to read at times.
Hard to read.
190.
Unintentional, I promise.
I'm just looking back through the stats, and yes, Dan Reid's had defeat today, but the 92.30 in that defeat to Martin Thomas. Martin Thomas, the 3-180 is the deciding factor in that one. So you can take a lot from today, and the finishes as well. 121, 120, 101. Put in a few tumpless checkouts as well, and he's on
45.
Simple,
and you require 8
darter here. There's just 12 darts.
No score.
But the darts at double 4 come and go. He's going to get the luxury of time. Richardson all the way back on 276.
81. Daniel require 8.
He's going to get as many as he likes here at double 4. Double 2 now. This is awkward.
4.
Awkward. 2 trebles, and this becomes very interesting.
95.
He's himself on a ton. He's still an interested spectator. Because double 2 isn't ideal. It's definitely not ideal now. Madhouse.
No score.
Madness.
James, you require 100.
He left himself on a double after 12. He spurnt 9 darts at it from there. And James Richardson wants tops, almost gets top stops.
And you require 4.
For the ultimate steal, the ultimate breaker throw. And so Dan Reid stares down the barrel of double 2 again.
Game shot on the first.
But this time he gets double 2.
Dan Reid.
And he leads 1-0 against James Richardson in our final game of the day. Our final game of this Group C.
Second against James to throw first.
Just working out little bit of maths on my pad here. And that took 12 darts for Dan Reid to score 493.
96.
Then took him 11 darts to score 8.
Bizarre game at times.
Welcome to the
45.
world of darts.
Let's have a little chat then about tonight's action in Group B. That's going to be our focus from 10
41.
o'clock. So please do join us for all the action. 5-player group. Headed up by Nick Kenny and Justin Smith. But every player, as we mentioned in the last game, is Dan Reid, passed in his second max of the match. Nothing wrong with his scoring at all. But every single player will go into tonight feeling that they can get through to that finals night on Saturday. And if you actually look in terms of the averages and statistics from the games last night, there wasn't too much separating each other.
And that is seen in the points tally. We sort of just say no one's out of it, but
140.
first game just really draws the attention. Jared Cole throwing first against Graham Usher. That is Jared Cole's last chance. He lost all 4 games last night.
140.
You get the win there, though. He could make things interesting for himself. That extra position
60.
available for that group
Daniel requiring 36.
means he won't fall into the same trap James Richardson could fall
Game
into
shot
here.
the second leg.
Dan Reid left
Reid.
a double after 12 darts in the first leg. Did so again in the second, but this time gets it first time of asking. A 13-dart leg for Dan the man. And he's halfway towards victory. In his final game of the group, he's going to return tomorrow night for the finals, which will be live with you from 10 p.m. with a live audience. You can join the crowd. Dartshot.tv for more ticketing information for all the Saturday nights through to week 12. Dan Reid, Martin Thomas and Lisa Ashton are already there. If you head over to our YouTube channel, Phil Bars had a chat with Lisa earlier on this morning discussing that Group A victory, her game in general, and all sorts of stuff. Head over to YouTube for more information on that and to watch Lisa Ashton's interview in full ahead of tomorrow night's final, where Martin Thomas and Dan Reid will join the party. 3 more will join from Group B later on this evening. So don't forget to join us. 10 p.m. this evening. Put it in your diary.
100. 140.
Just be so James Richardson-esque this week if he turned this around and took the victory.
58
in a row.
James, you're 144.
5 in a row. A little bit of work to do though for that. Dan Reid has the breaker throw in the locker already, so we'll have the chance just to serve it out. But this is a chance for James to get that break back. But he's going to need to find 2.
$140. James, you've won 92.
Double 16.
Game shot in the third leg.
Break back to bring it back to 2-1. He has the darts in the 4th. And credit to James Richardson. That's a 14-dart of his own. He's hung in there.
4th leg, it's James.
He's going to get an opportunity with the darts to get himself back level from 2-0 down.
Averages on your screen there.
140.
Dan Reid, 85. James Richardson moves up to the 85 mark as well. Just looking over the stats
140.
for the day. Dan Reid, that's pretty much par performance. Started off with 4-2 over Reece Colley with an 80. An 83 against
60.
Alan Tabern. 84 in his victory over Carl Wilkinson. Ironically, his best performance of the day was the 92 in defeat to Martin Thomas.
46.
So he's about on par, Dan Reid. James Richardson, we don't know where par is at the moment.
60.
They're getting more suggestions for nicknames. How about Henry the Dartist Deacon?
100.
Doesn't work, does it?
Still not as good as the Hoover.
90.
That one just cleans it all up.
100. James, you've got 151.
Reed
81.
can
And you've got
clean this up.
115.
Be another breaker throw. He's one leg away from the match. That'll make that table look really pretty.
75.
Take a
James, you've got
screenshot of that.
70.
Send it out to his friends. And I want it to be as strong as it can be.
But tops will make it 2-2.
Game
And
shot.
the scoreline in this game won't look so pretty.
James
There will be no
Richardson.
screenshots on WhatsApp about this at the minute for Dan Reed. It is full focus, full attention. He's back to 2-2. He's been pegged back from 2-0
to
up.
throw first.
But Dan the man has the darts in the fifth. I suppose it is a weird one for the players
42.
because they know that this game is going to be the end for James Richardson. Dan Reed's already qualified. So for Dan Reed, it's to make sure you get one more victory to get your confidence up for tomorrow. For James Richardson,
100.
he can play with freedom. You just empty everything. Just make sure you got nothing left once this game's done.
Sure, we'll want to leave just enough so he can
140.
make himself a Vinders in the hotel room when he gets back.
I don't think there's any doubt about that. The
100.
ruthless Vindaloo. It has been the cuisine talk of the Super Series.
You a fan of the Vinders yourself?
60.
Chicken Boona would be my... or Madras. No, yeah, no, Madras Masala.
100.
I got to say, I'm not... I like a curry, but I'm not one of those that go out every Friday or Saturday for it. It's got to be a nice
55.
occasion with friends, good company.
There's a weird sort of bravado around the curry as well, isn't there? Because I go out and I'm a korma man.
45.
Okay.
And you, as a korma man, you tend to get a few snarls, a few giggles come your way.
58. James, you've got 156.
I have a story about when I did go for a curry once, but we'll do that in the next leg because James Richardson wants 156.
60. Daniel McCall, 146.
We'll return unless the 146 goes. Which it won't, so Richardson will return for the 96. This is for a break and a 3-2 lead. And
92.
remember, Richardson was
96.
2-0 down in this game. Triple 20. Goes double 18 for double top.
76.
He loves the double-double combinations.
He's been going for them all week in unnecessary moments. Dan Reed just needs the
Game's
one
on the
double, and that's
fifth
what he
leg.
gets.
Dan Reed.
Takes a 3-2 lead. It's hold a throw. 20 darts it took, but he moves closer to that almighty screenshot
James to throw first.
that we talk about that he can send out to his friends.
140.
Good start for Richardson with the throw. Needs to win it to stay in the game. But just going back to that story, I went to a curry house once in Washington up north in my old job. We were playing Hartlepool United away the day after. I've ordered my usual Boona.
100.
Gone to the gentleman's room, and as that happened, the curries came out. And so I may have got mine swapped. So instead of having a chicken Boona, I had the hottest Vindaloo I've ever had in my life.
140.
James Richardson would have been a big fan of that. Maybe we've just found your nickname. The Vindaloo.
43. James, you've got 121.
Doesn't have to go for the bullseye.
96.
But you may as well do in this situation, James. So he'll return for 988 to take us to the final leg, the final game of the day. But Dan Reed gets a Dundas to leave 84. 17 double four is the MO for James Richardson. He loves the double 18, so he decided he wanted to go next door to double four. And we go all the way in our final game to the final leg here in Group C. Drama to the very last dart.
60.
And remember, the darting drama continues tonight, 10 p.m. We conclude Group B. Please do join us for that, because it's going to be an exciting and exhilarating finish.
40.
James Richardson is a player that I bigged up all week for being a heavy hitter on the 180s. And I'm just looking through that column today.
100.
And he's only hit one in the entire day. That one came in game 2 against Carl Wilkinson.
81. $60.
If you're Dan Reed, as soon as you exit this building, what will you be doing for the rest of the day, and then your preparations tomorrow to come back for finals night?
Well, the first thing I'd be doing is avoiding eating with James Richardson.
If you want to be here tomorrow night.
If you want to feel comfortable with just saying about 180s. Dan Reed finds the third 180 of this match. Dan Reed.
140. Daniel McCoy,
prolific in the 180s today. Hit 2. He's been good on these finishes. He already took this 101 out already today. He's a long way low from doing that one. James Richardson, 40. A chance to end the day with 5 from 5. And after losing 5 games in a row yesterday, repeating from Tuesday when he lost 5 games in a row, he's done the total opposite today, and he's gone and won all 5. Here's your chance to read all about it. James Richardson takes the victory 4-3 with an 88.5 average. 4 out of 8 on the checkouts gives him a 50%. Dan Reed, that Achilles heel showing itself again on the finishes, but it does not matter. Dan Reed moves through to Saturday's final.
Thank you very much, chaps. Well, a defeat in the end for Dan Reed, but what a day for James Richardson. Twice this week he went throughout the day without picking a win, and he did the same yesterday, and today he goes through the card unbeaten. Let's have a look at the table and how this Group C finished up. And confirmation, Dan Reed is our winner of Group C. Lisa Ashton was the winner of Group A, and Martin Thomas, runner-up in Group C, joins those two in tomorrow night's final. Good few days for Wilkinson, Reece Colley and Richardson in the end. Well, it was a good day for him today, and Alan Tabern at the foot of the table. So we know 3 of the 6 in tomorrow night's final. Lisa Ashton, Dan Reed and Martin Thomas. We'll find out the next 3 in this evening's Group B. Let's have a look at the table for that one. And there we are. Nick Kenny out on top. Justin Smith in 2nd position. Graham Usher in the mix, as is Dave Pallett. But Jarrod Cole, like James Richardson yesterday, didn't pick up a win last night. But this group is a little bit different to Group C, of course. There's only 5 players in the field, and it is the top 3. So a possible 8 points up for grabs for Jarrod Cole. If he wins all 8 and or gets all 8 points and the results go his way, he could well still manage to get a place in tomorrow night's final. Our opening match this evening is Jarrod Cole, and he will be facing Graham Usher. We're back at 10 p.m. We'll see you then.